devices to silent. We'll now switch on the live stream, and a big welcome to all of you. Large crowd tonight. So we've got a few questions to get through, and then obviously we'll get on to the agenda. Big welcome to those at home who are watching the meeting via the live stream as well. If I could now ask you, please, if you could all be upstanding, and Deputy Mayor Proud, if you could read out the opening prayer for us.
Almighty God, we ask you to guide us in all our discussions to show goodness, honesty, understanding and wisdom in all that we undertake to do. May we respect each other's views at all times, and we ask all of this in your name. Amen.
Amen. Councillor Perkoff, could you please read out the acknowledgement of country?
On behalf of councillors, we would like to acknowledge the traditional custodians of this land, the Whadjuk people of the Noongar Nation, on which this meeting is taking place, and show our respect for elders, past, present and emerging.
Thank you. You can all take your seats. Without prior approval, any recording of the meeting is prohibited. No action should be taken on any resolution of council prior to written advice from the city being received. Brings us to item 1, which is the official opening. Ladies and gentlemen, I declare the council meeting of the 30th of May 2023 open at 6:30 p.m. Attendance and apologies. I have no apologies this evening. Item 3, approved leave of absence. I have nil. Item 4, disclosure of interest. And the disclosures from both the Community and Resources Committee meeting from the 16th of May and the Planning and Development Committee meeting held 23rd of May are contained in tonight's agenda and are displayed on the screens behind me now. I have further disclosures for this evening. I have one from Councillor Carlo Perkoff for 12.1 PS1, an impartial agreement as one of the subsidiary companies that he works for provides security services for the club. And item 12.1 ES1 and from CEO Stuart Jardine for Central and Clifton Impartial as he've met. No, this is 2, see it. So I haven't got a name on it. I need a name on that one. Sorry, we won't worry about that. I was thinking that was weird. I was Councillor Ferranti. Councillor Ferranti and Impartial as he's met with ratepayers and the local member regarding the intersection. Any other disclosures? Councillors? Councillor Ree?
Yes, please. That the impartial, because the trackless tram, in theory, is within the Stirling City Centre project area, of which I reside.
Yeah, that's not...
I know that it could be a dream time, but, you know, I may need to say that.
I wouldn't think it's an impartial interest, but you're welcome to do the paperwork and put a declaration. Councillor Farrelly?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Impartial to the Mount Lawley Golf, 12.1 PS1, I met at one stage with other councillors, the Mount Lawley Golf Club personnel and some players. 13.2, the trackless tram, same reason as Councillor Ree, where it does go through part of the coastal ward. I haven't had any involvement, though, in the actual discussions. And there was another one in regard to legal, where I do know of, I am aware of some of the people involved in those. Thank you.
If you can just make sure that paperwork's
That's impartial. Thanks.
done and passed in.
My legal one from the committee should still be up there.
It probably is. It's probably in the higher ones. There you go.
There we go. Good.
Thank you, councillors. Petitions. Councillors, are there any unverified petitions for this evening? No indication. So I'll go on to 6, responses to previous questions from members of the public taken on notice, and the agenda contains those responses to questions taken on notice at the council meeting held on the 9th of May 2023. That brings us to public question time. We have got quite a few questions and we have got a significant agenda this evening, so I will ask you please, as you come forward, the first person, if you turn the microphone on, but then just leave it on, if I could ask you to please make sure that you just limit it to one question. And I normally do allow a little brief lead-in time, but if you can just keep them brief, please, otherwise it will be a long night. And if I invite Sarah Kelly, if you'd like to come up and start for us. Sarah Kelly here. Thank you. So you're first up. So if you just press the bottom right-hand silver button, the little red light will come on. And if you just start, all we need is your name and suburb.
Sarah Kelly, and I live in Innaloo.
Thank you. And your first question.
So my first question is, well, I had a few questions, but question is Site 39 Odin Road. the disgusting mess that it is in, and it has been for numerous years, and it has been made aware to numerous residents. Apparently it wasn't known even though complaints had been in. So the breakdown between the administration of City of Stirling to its leadership team, the councillors, what's happening there, because it's been an eyesore for a long time. There's an elderly neighbour, Kathy, who has complained to the department, my neighbour Frank, who has an autistic son, and I also am a single mum with children who have frequently been abused and intimidated by people who frequent that block.
Okay, I'll get a response here. Mr. Rodich?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thanks, Ms. Kelly, for the question. This relates to the question which you put to the city regarding the response from the deceased owner. So on the 4th of May this year, the city's environmental team had directed the owner to remove the hazardous material from the property and to remove rubbish and other loose material from the site by the 18th of May. However, the owner then contacted the city to advise their intention to demolish the existing structures on site. The city issued a demolition permit on the 17th of May for the removal of these structures. The demolition contractor has advised the city that works are expected to commence within 30 days. As the site is now securely fenced, the city's environmental health team is satisfied that the hazardous material can be removed as part of this demolition process.
Thank
The
you.
fence is not securely, but whatever, it's not secure.
And your next question, thanks.
The overdevelopment, infill and parking issues that is happening in not just Innaloo, but many suburbs. If you go in on many groups, community groups, everyone's got the same issues. It's quite dangerous. I had firemen that came 3 months ago to 41C. I will not disclose the address, who also noticed the issues. There's not very much spacing. There's no parking. On that particular night, 5 residents were at the Michael McIntyre concert, but normally their cars would have been parked everywhere on verges. And the fire department even said if that was the case, this would have been a lot worse, plus with that disgusting property next door. So the infill and the parking issues, and I know JDAP also has a lot, but we need the council speaking up for all areas in City of Stirling about the overdevelopment, because having 8, 10 apartment blocks built on site with 1 car parking bay and no visitors and not much spacing between properties is a health, safety, and it also, after watching that fire, I've realised how dangerous it is. It's also not safe going around our single little roads. And Lagrange Park is getting full of resident parking. You pull out on Odin Road and you can't see what's coming left or right sometimes with all the verge parking. It's not safe and it can't continue.
Thank you. Mr. Rodich?
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. The city works proactively with the state and federal governments to promote high-quality infill development in strategic locations and supports the development of unique and livable neighbourhoods for its residents. Nationally, Australia is experiencing significant housing shortages. Supply has not kept the pace with population growth, resulting in an estimated shortfall of 1.3 million dwellings. Housing supply is also an issue in Western Australia. The recent state budget allocated $750 million to improving housing availability, including funding for initiatives to encourage urban infill. In the future, the state planning framework estimates that 800,000 new dwellings will be needed by 2050 to accommodate the growing population. The state government's goal is for 380,000 of these dwellings to be located within existing suburban areas, and the City of Stirling has been allocated a target of approximately 60 new dwellings. Now, the City of Stirling has approximately 100,000 dwellings at the current moment, so our growth is expected to continue to that 160 mark by 2050. The City seeks to increase housing supply while achieving the vision to be a sustainable city with a local focus, as outlined in our strategic community plan. The City welcomes the state's new medium density code, which aims to improve the quality of infill development, including better passive design, increased garden spaces and greater tree canopy on sites. To improve traffic flow in development areas, the City has secured state and federal funding for infrastructure projects like the Stephens Avenue extension and the trackless tram trail.
Thank you for that. Have you got another question?
I just want to say I don't think environmentally friendly or the
I'm
concrete
sorry, you
buildings.
can't debate tonight, Sophie.
Okay. Well, my other question was, like, the cheap build to rent is actually not environmentally friendly, and the type of housing that is coming in is actually not needed for people close to the city. And also, intensive English learning school in City of Stirling is full and cannot take any more students. So have you spoken to the state government about that with all the infill and more people moving in the area? What's happening with schools, Department of Education? Is there any consultation? I know Nollamara Intensive English Centre is full.
So all I can tell you is immigration is a federal issue, and state government obviously does schooling. That's not a local government issue. That housing is.
Yeah, but it
and
affects
certainly
the local community.
Yeah, and the planning framework throughout the city of Stirling, it'd be fair to say Innaloo's probably a poor outcome that many of the housing stock there that was done from many years ago. The new planning framework is significantly different and tries to align the corridors and the infill, sort of make sure the infill doesn't happen in the suburbs, make sure the density is on those corridors.
Okay, thanks.
Tommy, is it comma? Thank you. If you just, your name and suburb?
Tommy, Nollamara.
And you can start with your first question, please.
My question is, the crime in Nollamara is on the rise and getting worse. The area seems to be getting more run down. What initiatives do the City of Stirling have to address this, mindful that this whole council and every suburb seems to be heading that way?
Thank you.
Meaning, like, you know, Scarborough's pretty bad.
Yep, Mr.
in
Quirk.
Thank you through you, Mr. Mayor, and thanks for the question, Mr. Comma. Ultimately, criminal activities and criminal behaviour is the responsibility of WA Police. Having said that, the city's community safety team works in really close partnership with WAPOL in response to antisocial and criminal behaviour that is taking place throughout the Perth metropolitan area, not just the City of Stirling. In response to some recent council direction, the city is currently working on an initiative in the Nollamara and Westminster area to look at approaching community safety a little bit differently, and we'll report that back to council in the next couple of months and see if we can approach the issues specifically in Nollamara a little bit differently than simply relying upon WA Police.
Thank you. And your next question?
Same thing what Sarah said about infill. I don't think people want huge skyscrapers blocking the sun. Parking problems. I mean, you addressed most of it before. Nothing further, really.
Yeah, thanks. And look, certainly acknowledge that it's not always a great outcome. I think one of the things that we deal with on a regular basis is the fact that infill developments that are normally planned on a planning framework that's for the future, plan for less vehicles on the roads, better public transport, better networks, all those sort of things that aren't here yet. So we certainly acknowledge that in the interim, as the pressure continues on local governments, the pressure certainly is on us to make sure the amenity is kept up.
All right, thanks.
Professor Ray Wills. Thank you, and just your name and suburb.
Thank you, Mayor. Professor Ray Wills from Manoora. My question is, noting City of Stirling's long-established biodiversity policy and its related weed management policy, can Council highlight what measures are being taken by the City to implement the policy across the City of Stirling parks and reserves, and also to comment on how that relates to the Mount Lawley Golf Club?
Thank you. Mr. Hunter.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Professor Wills. The City has an extensive programs to conserve and grow the biodiversity of the City's conservation reserves. Managing threatening processes such as weeds, pest animals, fire, disease, inappropriate human activity, etc., is well established within the City. When threatening processes are reduced or eliminated with local residents' involvement and awareness, local biodiversity has the best possible chance of flourishing.
Thank you. And your second question?
It relates to my experience as a bushland manager and ecologist at Kings Park for a number of years. Is Council aware that the science-led management of Kings Park has for many years been removing non-endemic problematic trees to protect local native endemic species, and is the basis of the plans to manage bushland at the Mount Lawley Golf Club?
Thank you. Mr. Hunter.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, the City is in close contact with the Department of Biodiversity, Conservation and Attractions, including Kings Park. through its conservation and fire management programs.
Thank you. And your third question?
That's fabulous, thank you. Does Council recognise Mount Lawley's Golf Club's vegetation management plan will bring back significant ecological value that has been lost on the land, and so that the management that's proposed by Mount Lawley Golf Club will in fact be a wonderful example of ecological restoration in this state?
Thank you. Mr Hunter?
Mr Mayor, yes, the city was contacted in 2019 by the club in its development of the bushland management plan, and the club recognised the importance of the remnant bushland zones to their credit, and members are highly motivated to ensure it's improved into the future.
Thank you for those answers.
Thank you. Andrew Kinani? Thank you. Just your name and suburb to start.
Yeah, my name is Andrew, and I'm from Inaloo.
Thank you. And your first question?
I got 3 questions.
Yeah,
I was
just
told
you
to
first.
fill up 3, and I did that. So question number 1. Can we propose a new speed limit for Odin Road and Barnes Street to be reduced from 60 down to 50 because of there's extra housing density, there's more people, and cars are driving faster and faster every day. It's been used as a shortcut from the Mitchell Freeway to cut across down Barnes Street and up across by Marmion because of the roadworks heading north on Mitchell Freeway. So people are heading off now on Cedric Street and cutting across north or say east or west of the freeway and then heading up Marmion. What is the council suggesting for this? Because
Sure. Mr Guillemot?
who am I speaking to here?
No, to me, it's all right. You'll
It's you,
get,
is it? All right.
yeah, yeah. Oh, got an answer coming for you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you for the question. I guess the core part of your question about the speed zone, the determination of speed zones is on all public roads falls within the responsibility of main roads. They look at various factors when they're considering speed zones, the classification of the road environment, and the current travel speeds that are on that road. Both Odin Road and Barnes Street and its continuation into Sackville, they're all classified as district distributor roads, and they're designed with the lane widths and medians. They're actually designed to safely accommodate a 60 km/h environment. The most recent
with the
traffic.
influx of
Sorry,
housing.
sir. Sorry, you just have to
Yeah, okay.
wait for
I'm talking about the design. They are designed to
It
carry
needs to be
that
redesigned.
traffic. So the most recent surveys that we've had for those roads, they've shown 85th percentile speeds ranging between 58 to 60 km/h. Acknowledging that there is high speeds, but that is the sort of metric that main
What
roads
time?
look
What
at.
time factor was that?
Sorry, sir, if you could just be silent and listen for the question. Answer. Thanks. Mr Guillemot, through the chair.
So
It's a general question.
main roads have advised they don't support lowering of the speed limit where there's unlikely to be a high level of voluntary compliance. So based on the current design of the road and the speeds along that road, they wouldn't support a lowering of that speed limit simply because people wouldn't do that. The road environment is set up for a 60 km/h environment.
I can also tell you, sir, that in relation to the built-up traffic currently on that Cedric Street and those through roads, obviously once the freeway works are finished, then the through traffic will come off Cedric Street with the new Stevenson Avenue. The actual interchange moves off Stevenson. I'm sorry, off Cedric Street.
I can't see that.
So, however, once that's completed, the interchange will completely, hopefully, reduce that traffic at that intersection of Cedric Street.
Okay, question number 2. What is the City of Stirling doing or acting on to control the amount of petty crime such as car theft, vandalism, car burglary, house burglary that's currently happening in the area?
Thank you. Mr Quirk.
I think this is an ongoing issue, but
Mr Quirk.
Through you, Mr Mayor, and thank you for the question. Similarly, crime ultimately is the responsibility of WA Police. Our council is lucky in the sense that we have a community safety team. So we work in close collaboration with WA Police in terms of patrolling areas, trying to focus on particular hotspots. Ultimately, the important thing to do is report all crime, either through the city's 24-hour hotline or directly through WA Police. There are a number of social issues across the Perth metropolitan area at the moment. Yes, we are experiencing some issues in the City of Stirling, not dissimilar to many other areas.
Thank you. And your third question.
Yeah, and question number 3. What is the City of Stirling doing to improve the poor lighting from Stirling train station down as far as, say, the turn off for Odin Road? It's quite dark there at night time. And I think it's going to be it's an issue for people walking there at night time.
Sure.
What is the City of Stirling going to do?
Thank you for the question. The responsibility, local governments don't control street lighting. The responsibility for street lighting falls within Western Power's remit. We've checked the spacing of the lighting there. In terms of the spacing against standard, it does meet standard. So if there
It's
are
dark.
if you let me continue, I was probably going to get to that. So the current provision of lights is sufficient, but what is probably happening is the lights are either operating below capacity, or potentially they may be off because of some of the freeway work. So we will certainly bring that up with Western Power and ask for them. We can register a street lighting fault to make sure that the street lighting is brought up to standard. So we'll do that on your behalf.
Thank you.
Thanks for your questions. Marita Keenan, please. And just before you start, we have reached a time limit on public question time, so I will rule to extend public question time to allow further questions. And you may start with your name and suburb and your first question, please.
Marita Keenan, Inaloo. My first question is, when will the residents be able to register a significant tree, should they wish to do so, on the city's proposed significant tree register?
Ms Shears?
Through you, Mr Mayor. Thank you for your question, Ms Keenan. The scheme amendment to give effect to that change to allow significant tree register for the city is currently with the Department of Planning for assessment before it will be considered by the Planning Minister. Assessment of the amendment has been delayed due to a number of other local governments approaching the Department of Planning with similar requests. But the ability to register the tree won't actually take effect until the Minister has approved that amendment. However, in the meantime, there is the ability for residents to register their interest in registering a tree, and there is some contact details on our website to do that.
My second question is, given the disappointing number of trees recorded on similar registers held by other local government authorities, reportedly Bayswater 0, Fremantle 7, Victoria Park 10 and Vincent Park 6, etc., what inquiries has the city made to determine the reasons for this disappointing response in those local government areas?
Thank you, Ms Shears.
Through you, Mr Mayor, thank you for the question, Ms Keenan. We are aware of those low numbers in terms of people wanting to register their trees. However, we haven't undertaken any specific research as to why those individuals may not be coming forward to register a tree. We've also discussed this with the Department of Planning, so they are aware, as this is an issue that many local governments are facing. However, this is just one step that local governments are taking to try and maintain or improve their canopy cover.
Thank you. And your last question.
What will the city do to encourage residents to engage and understand the benefits of significant trees to the community, ambience, clean air and shaded canopy, in addition to the value they can contribute to individual property?
Thank you. This might be Mr Hunter.
Thanks, Mr Mayor, and thanks for the question. Council's approach to the growing of the city's urban forest is contained in the Urban Forest Plan, adopted in 2019. This plan identifies the current and future actions necessary to achieve this, including delivery of awareness, promoting the benefits of the trees. And I'm also aware, Mr Mayor, when we send out our letters to residents for the planting of trees on verges, some 4,000 or so per year, that promotes the benefits of trees as well.
Thank you for your questions. Greg Forbes. It's your name and suburb, please.
Greg Forbes, Coolbinia. There's been many inferences over the past months that Mount Lawley Golf Club has been in breach of its lease or done things without approval. Do the city officers believe the club has done anything wrong in the management of vegetation across the golf course? And does the vegetation management plan provide a comprehensive and clear direction moving forward?
Thank you. Mr Hunter.
Thank you, Mr Mayor, and thank you, Mr Forbes. The city believes the club has sought to address decades-long tree legacy issues and progressively developed a suite of forward-looking management plans, including best practice bushland and vegetation restoration practices, culminating in the vegetation management plan before council tonight. The city seeks to support the club to develop a contemporary members golf course and to protect and grow the urban forest and remnant bushland for future generations. In this regard, the city believes the club is definitely on the right course.
Thank you. And your second question?
Are council aware that the Mount Lawley Golf Club has only removed vegetation in accordance with our management plan and in line with the City of Stirling recommendations and has never received contrary advice from the city?
Thank you. Mr Hunter.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. The city is aware of the development of the tree management plan and the Arbor Carbon tree report that has provided the technical expertise and guided the club in the removal of problematic trees across the course.
And your third question?
Is the council aware that the club engaged a third-party consultant, Arbor Carbon, to conduct tree canopy modelling which demonstrates a net gain in support of the city's Stirling Urban Forest Plan? The modelling confirms an increase in canopy between 2022 and 2042 of 5.71 hectares, which equates to 29.4% increase in canopy.
Mr Hunter.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Yes, the city is aware of the modelling of the predicted tree canopy cover on the course by 2042, and that's contained in the vegetation management plan on the agenda tonight.
Thank you.
Thank you for your questions. Angie Cassian, please. Thank you. Your name and suburb.
Angie Cassian, Mount Lawley. My questions relate to the agenda item 12.1 PS1. We'd like to acknowledge the wonderful Mount Lawley Golf Club volunteers for their commitment and work in the bushland areas of the golf course. My first question is, where is the City Tree Panel's assessment report identifying all 63 proposed tree removals, of which the city recommends 21 of the 33 trees scheduled for the Greens Replacements program? And does this align and correspond with the arborist's comments and recommendations in supporting these specific tree removals? And why was this vital document omitted from the city and the committee's report recommendations?
Mr Hunter.
Mr Mayor, I can confirm there is a spreadsheet of the analysis of the tree panel's work in undertaking the assessment of the 62 trees that are in the vegetation management plan by the golf course submitted to the city. I can confirm that the panel believes that 41 of those trees can be justifiable in removal on the basis that 15% are dead, dying, diseased. 51% of those trees are compromised by way of health or structure. 12% have conflict with other high-value trees. 10% have low residual life expectancy, and of the trees, 5 specimens, or 12%, are of adequate or good health with structure.
Thank you.
Thank you. What is the application, assessment and authorisation process that the city follows, and which documents are completed to determine tree removals on an A-class reserve 18325, which contains threatened species black cockatoos, an ecological community TEC site under the Biodiversity Conservation Act 2016 and the federally listed Environmental Protection and Biodiversity Conservation Act 1999 EPBC Act, and has the precautionary principle been applied?
Mr Hunter.
Mr Mayor, the short answer is yes. There's of the 41 trees that are recommended that could be sustained to be removed, none are endemic species and none are pine trees, which are the food source of black cockatoo wildlife.
Thank you.
Thank you. And what is the city's tree protection plan management process by Australian standards AS 4970-2009, and when would a preliminary arboriculture report tree protection plan be required on an A-class reserve for monitoring and certification at pre-construction, during construction and post-construction with final certification?
Mr Hunter?
Thanks, Mr Mayor. There is no requirement under the Land Administration Act of 1997 regarding an A-class reserve, but good arboricultural practice with trees and development, that's the Australian standards that you're referring to, is written into the new draft of the Vegetation Management Plan before Council tonight.
Thank you.
Thank you for your questions. Ross Morrow. Sorry.
Good evening, Mayor, councillors and city officers. My first question is...
Sorry, and just your name and suburb.
Sorry, Ros Morrow, Mount Lawley.
Thank you.
Is Council aware that a recent Mount Lawley Golf Club member survey completed in May, in fact 2 weeks ago, this year asked a specific question: do you support the club's vegetation management plan? And that 92% respondents said they supported it.
Yes, the city and the council are aware of that.
Thank you. Does Council acknowledge the Mount Lawley Golf Club Vegetation Management Plan has a very high level of support amongst Mount Lawley Golf Club members?
Yes.
Thank you. Does Council recognise Mount Lawley Golf Club's vegetation management activities have been based on qualified and experienced advice, and that this advice has been aimed at sustainable environmental management?
Mr Hunter?
Thanks, Mr Mayor, and thanks for the question. Yes, the city is aware that the club has been advised by qualified scientists in the development of various vegetation, tree and bushland management plans, now collated into the club's vegetation management plan that forms part of the agenda tonight.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mel Roberts. Thank you. And your name and suburb to start?
Yeah, hi, Mel Roberts, Scarborough, and also a volunteer at Mount Lawley Golf Club supporting the rehabilitation works. My first question: Mount Lawley Golf Club has been and continues to be an essential food source for the large colony of Carnaby's cockatoos currently living with us, who, as you may be aware, are listed as endangered under Australian federal law and the Biodiversity Conservation Act. Mount Lawley Golf Club, as part of our vegetation management approach, has planted and is continuing to plant appropriate trees that will increase that food source for years to come. The current vegetation management plan for your consideration tonight sets out these positive habitat rehabilitation plans. Is there any feedback from the council on this approach, and do you have any other strategies deployed elsewhere in the city that could be further considered by our club?
Thank you. Mr Hunter?
Thanks, Mr Mayor, and thanks for the question. The club is certainly planting the correct species of trees for the future with respect to providing extra black cockatoo food sources for future generations, as Banksia woodland habitat comes under increasing pressure within the Perth metropolitan area. Reducing annual weeds within the Banksia woodland threatened ecological communities is environmentally sound and certainly supported by the city's environmental officers. And we're happy to, in our engagement with the club, we're happy to share our knowledge and expertise in managing Banksia woodland, and we have done so in recent years.
Thank you.
Thank you. Have you got another question?
Yeah, second question. Mount Lawley Golf Club has cleared large areas of noxious weeds and planted thousands of native shrubs and ground covers to provide food sources for bees, other insects and nectar-eating birds. The vegetation management plan also sets out the club's extended environmental works, including construction of bandicoot bungalows, owl nesting boxes, bat boxes and nest protection for rainbow bee eaters, which will continue to support and encourage biodiversity. Again, does the council have any specific feedback on our proposed approach and any ideas on how we can enhance this further in the future?
Thank you. Mr Hunter?
Thanks, Mr Mayor. The club has sought scientific expertise in the management of environmentally sensitive ecosystems in urban areas and is certainly on the right path. The city conservation officers within council are available to advise the club on any conservation detailing of species regeneration and wildlife reintroduction based on the city's extensive experience. The Mount Lawley Golf Club's work across the course will be used by the city's management of remnant bushland areas on the likes of the Hammersley Golf Course. So it is good practice.
Thank you.
Thank you for your questions. Judy Lundy. Thank you. Name and suburb.
Judy Lundy, Karrinyup. So I've just got the one question, and it is to do with the removal of the large canopied trees at Mount Lawley Golf Club. Is the city aware that there's strong scientific evidence that our state's iconic black cockatoos are critically endangered and we are at risk of losing all 3 species of these magnificent birds within 2 decades if we don't stop the causal factors contributing to species decline? Key among these factors is the removal of large canopied trees such as those on the Mount Lawley Golf Club and A-class reserve, which is an ecological corridor used by the black cockatoos.
Thank you. Mr Hunter.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. Yes, the city is aware of the need to protect black cockatoo food sources and to enhance these across the city. That is why both the city and the volunteers plant many thousands of native trees each year to ensure the future food sources are provided for current and future populations. And the proposed trees that are requested to be removed on the course, none are food source cockatoo trees.
Thank you for your question. Bill Mitchell. Thank you. Your name and suburb.
Yes, Bill Mitchell, Inglewood. I'm a long-term member of the Mount Lawley Golf Club and I'm speaking in relation to the Vegetation Management Plan. My first question is, does Council recognise the Banksia woodlands of the Swan Coastal Plain are a threatened ecological community which is internationally recognised as an Australian biodiversity hotspot? Once considered extensive, Banksia woodlands are now highly fragmented with approximately only 1/3 of their original extent remaining within 50 kilometres of Perth Central Business District.
Thank you. Mr Hunter.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. Yes, the city manages extensive areas of conservation reserves with Banksia woodland threatened ecological communities, as well as Chewett woodland ecological communities, which are equally protected under federal legislation. The city works with environmental partners such as our Friends conservation volunteer groups and schools and others to help preserve and recover environmentally declining habitats.
Thank you. Your next question.
Question 2, yes. Are councillors aware that many non-endemic trees have an adverse effect on the endangered Banksia woodland ecology environment which Mount Lawley Golf Club is endeavouring to restore?
Mr Hunter.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. Yes, the city is aware that within the Mount Lawley Golf Course remnant bushland areas, there are non-endemic trees self-seeding. If left, these developing trees can compromise the ecological values of the Banksia woodland communities and lead to reduced biodiversity, so they do need to be managed carefully.
Thank you.
The third question, is Council aware that the Banksia woodlands are trying to protect is a prolific wildflower site which includes several species of orchids and is habitat to a wide range of animal, bird and insect species?
And simple answer is yes. Myself, councillors and officers have attended the Mount Lawley Golf Club and witnessed the work the volunteers are doing.
Great, thank you.
Thank you for those questions. We're about 2/3 of the way through. Stay with us, everyone. Tom Webster, please. Just your name and suburb to start.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, Tom Webster, Trigg. It's in relation to Mount Lawley, which shouldn't come as a surprise, a golf course there. What we've got at the moment is 95% of the remnant bushland in Western Australia has been destroyed since habitation by Europeans. So that's a significant species habitat loss to the black cockatoo. 95% of what was there is no longer. So what we're doing is we're talking about a tiny fraction of what was available to these birds now being left. And their extinction is predicted, the Carnaby cockatoo, their extinction is predicted is within 2 decades.
Thank you, Mr Webster. I do need a question though.
Yes, well, I'm just wondering if the councils were aware of the extent of the devastation that's happened to these birds' habitats.
Yes, officers of May Council very aware of that, and as you can hear from most of the questioning tonight, that's why the tree gallers have been very careful to ensure that there's no removal of their trees that the black cockatoos would be foraging in for food.
No worries, thank you. My second question is, are the councillors aware that the trees that have been currently planted to replace the trees that have been cut down, of course, are seedlings? So the high canopy trees which are in this area, which are being cut down, which are being replaced by seedlings, aren't going to be able to give Carnaby cockatoos any food for anything between 5, 10 or 15 years. So what we'll see is a decline in numbers of cockatoos in that area. I know principally you're saying that the trees aren't providing food, however they do provide cover and they do provide nesting sites.
Thank you for that, and of course the obvious answer is that the trees have to be planted at some time, and obviously they'll grow into mature trees. There's no indication there's a declining canopy at the Mount Lawley Golf Club.
Well, I beg to differ, but if you're planting that many small trees in replacement for the ones that are already there, the difference between a tree that big and a tree which is, say, 30 metres is enormous. And just stepping into that question once again,
You'll need another question though.
this is my third question. The amount of biodiversity that's in the area, and also the amount of the responsibilities for carbon storage, which the council, of course, are aware we're entering a crucial phase, the deciding factor this decade, whether or not the world will actually have the accounting correct for the survival of the human species. By removing trees, you're actually removing the very bedrock, which is the carbon, and releasing it into the atmosphere. It's a big issue, I know, but has that been taken into account?
Yes, and I'll get Mr Hunter to provide a brief response.
Mr Mayor, that is absolutely been factored in, because what the club is trying to do with our support is to ensure that in future generations there's the tree canopy and the food source for Carnaby cockatoos and other wildlife moving forward. But at the moment they are dealing with a legacy of many decades of tree planting, which in retrospect wouldn't be done like that now, because people are much more aware about the performance of those Australian native trees, which they weren't aware when they were planted in the 60s and 70s.
Thank you for your question, sir.
Thank you.
Kieran Kelly. Evening.
Kieran Kelly, Scarborough. Thank you. And my question is about trees as well, but... Oh.
Okay, let's... Thanks, guys. Let's just
Hope
calm
it's
it down.
not at me.
No. Thanks. Everyone, we've done well. Let's get through tonight. Mr Kelly.
Thank you. Now, can the council, and I think you might have already answered this question, confirm to me how many street trees are planted annually by the City Council? I think Mr Hunter answered that one early. 4,000, was that right, Mr Hunter?
Mr Hunter?
Yeah, every year, Mr Mayor, we plant about 4,500 street trees.
Right. Can the council tell me how many of those new tree plantings die within the first 2, 3 or 4 years after planting?
Mr Hunter?
Mr Mayor, I need to take that on notice, but I don't have the exact figures with me, but typically there's a loss of about 1% of our street tree population. We have a population of 110,000 street trees, so on average about 1% die typically each year.
Right. As I drive around, I see quite a few young trees dying. And so on that death rate, can the council inform me the cost of planting a street tree and looking after it up to maybe, say, 5 or 6 years when it's probably can support its own life after that.
We'll give it a go. Mr Hunter?
Mr Mayor, $655.
And what size tree would that be, Mr Hunter?
That's 30 to 45 litres in size.
I might come and be a contractor. Thank you.
Thanks for your questions, Mr Kelly. Well done, Mr Hunter. Roland Hadley. Change of pace here, I feel.
Oh, certainly. Roland Hadley, Woodlands. On the 22nd of March, I asked if the high cost of panel beating repairs for the city's fleet has decreased in the past 2 financial years. The minutes show that $155,000 had been spent so far in this year's budget, but no allocated budget figure was provided. Can this be rectified?
Yes, it can be rectified.
Thank you. As no information has been received regarding the previous 2 financial years, perhaps the Council could share this information and include it in the supplementary minutes for this Council meeting.
Yes, we can do that as well, Mr Hadley.
Thank you. At the last Council meeting, I requested details of legal fees costed in various categories for the past 4 financial years and the individual amounts paid to each company. In an email from the Senior Governance Officer, he told me that insurance now covers workers' compensation and motor vehicles. Therefore, can the Council provide information on the cost for these 2 items?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. Just one postscript. When an amount of $40,000 is recorded in the chart of accounts and the only detail is legal fees, surely the ratepayers deserve better service on this matter?
Thank you. Ms Hawkins?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Thanks, Mr Hadley. And certainly we can provide, as you've requested, additional information on those legal fees. You'll understand that some of that is confidential, so we can't share that broadly, but certainly happy to look at your requirements and we can provide that to you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Lynn?
Sorry.
I think you're up to about 4 already.
No.
Mr. Hadley.
Plenty time. The next item refers to the trackless tram tour. Has the final report for the proposed trackless tram project been received by the city and approved by the city?
No, it hasn't, Mr Hadley.
So therefore, why is the Mayor and a staff member preempting this decision by having a trip to China?
It's not preempting the decision at all. It's part of the actual trackless tram trial.
Didn't staff members visit China some years previously for the same reason?
Well, let's not have debate, but I'm happy to take this offline and go through it with you and give you the timeline of the occurrences.
Well, it sounds like a Chinese junket to me.
Careful, Mr Hadley. Lynn Eames-Springham, please. Thank you. Your name and suburb?
Lynn Eames-Springham from Jundana. Good evening, Mayor and councillors, officers and gallery. Is the A-Class Reserve 18325 a threatened ecological community in its entirety or just in certain areas? And if that is the case, what percentage is a TEC?
Oh. Mr Hunter? May have found him out on this one.
Yeah, Mr Mayor, that's a...
I thought this was a softball question.
The golf course consists of 80 hectares of land. There are threatened ecological, Banksia woodland threatened ecological communities present within the reserve, but that doesn't make the whole reserve a threatened TEC. There is a threshold in which a TEC applies. It's a complicated set of regulations and guidelines for the EPBC Act, but I can take that on notice and get back to you what that threshold is. But my understanding is it's quite large.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Hunter. The Parks and Sustainability Manager said there is no plan to do a full public consultation on the MLGC tree removals. Given the trees are on an A-class reserve, which is on public land, and unnecessary removal of healthy trees would be a contentious issue for the wider community, will there be no public consultation? Why will there be no public consultation, and who makes that call on behalf of the city?
Thank you. And the manager of parks would make that decision as a tree delegate. I would certainly suggest that they can't get much more public than this, though, Miss Eames.
Oh, I don't know. Okay, question 3. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The issue of the tree removals at Mount Lawley Golf Course has been conflated with the MLGC vegetation plan. How are councillors even able to vote with integrity and veracity for this vegetation plan when the removal of trees flies in the face of the street and reserve tree policy, the urban forest plan, the biodiversity strategy and the MLGC lease agreement? The vegetation plan should not include the tree removals. In the past, any tree removals, as the Parks and Sustainability Manager explained at the last meeting, has been dealt with on a case-by-case basis. Will Council request a separate tree removal plan from the vegetation plan?
That's up to Council this evening, but as you can see on the agenda item, the intent of the agenda item is to provide the tree delegate with the delegation to be able to do those removals in accordance with the Council street tree policy.
Thank you.
Thank you for your questions. Peter Ellis, waiting patiently up the back. Just a couple to go, everyone. What have you got for us this evening, Mr. Ellis?
Peter Ellis, Incarine. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, councillors, staff and fellow ratepayers. Why is there a confidential clause in Mr. Stuart Jardine's employment contract allows a council fully paid 12 trips to the USA to local government conferences, including on full pay, to attend the conferences and only share the reports with the mayor and the councillors?
I'm not sure. I wasn't aware here at the time the contract was originally signed, but there will be a new contract for a new CEO by the end of the year, Mr. Ellis.
That doesn't answer the current one. The one's been on 12 free trips to America. Well, okay, that was the other one. What is the end date for Mr. Jardine to Department of Council employment, bearing in mind that there's been a advert for the new CEO?
That will be determined once we go through this process. Currently, it sits at early in 2024.
Okay, thank you. Why is the answer from answer 3 on council meeting of the 4th of April, which attempts to misdirect the focus of the question which asked about the city being open, honest and accountable in relation to the CEO's confidential contract, and the response was that a new CEO was being recruited? That's fine. Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for your time, councillors.
Thanks, Mr. Ellis. Simon Wheeler. No colourful shirt tonight, Mr. Wheeler.
No, I've left it out. I did have a tree shirt, but I've lost that. So. Good evening, Mayor Owen. My name's Simon Wheeler from Scarborough. Good evening, councillors, staff, members of the gallery. Mayor Owen, you noted earlier that there's been no canopy loss at the Mount Lawley Golf Club. There's been no evidence of any canopy loss at the Mount Lawley Golf Club. This is a Specterra map of tree loss at the Mount Lawley Golf Club between 2017 and 2021. It shows 2.6%. It shows 5% of tall canopy tree loss, but 2.9% of tree loss overall. So there's some evidence of tree loss up certainly till 2021. It shows canopy gain of 2.2%, but more than a double canopy loss of 5.46%. The upper canopy declining by 2.35 hectares since 2017. And that's data missing from the projections contained in tonight's agenda, Mayor Owen. Have councillors been given this map and the accompanying data with evidence of canopy loss, along with the latest maps from March 2021 to March 2023, outlining the percentage of both canopy gains and loss?
Thank you. Mr Hunter.
Mr Mayor, what we're referring to when we say there's been no canopy loss, it's no net canopy loss. Of course, within a large population, there's, I think, more than 3,000 trees across the Mount Lawley Golf Course. There will always be trees that are in senescence and die, and new trees coming through. So what we look for as land managers is what will the net effect be in future decades and generations. And that's the growth factor that we're looking at when we assess any plan before us.
Based on data which shows the opposite trend to what you're putting forward. Mayor Owen, item 12.2 PS1. In December 2022, this council resolved 14-1, I believe you were the one, that the vegetation management plan and tree removals be referred to a future CRC meeting until such time as the club's master plan is complete, and that the vegetation management plans relating to the master plan must be coordinated so that elected members are fully informed. The club's own submission states that the Greens replacement programme, responsible for over half of the proposed tree removal, is part of the implementation phase of an overall strategic plan. And despite being told there's no longer a master plan, the previous and current proposals hold a striking similarity to removals required by the original draft master plan. I don't know if you've seen that. A plan which went on to include the removal of 550 trees. And for all we know, for all you know, councillors, that's what you're voting on tonight. Without a master plan, councillors will remain fully uninformed on what exactly it is agreeing to. What certainty, Mayor Owen, can councillors have that this vegetation master plan is anything other than a master plan in disguise?
I would actually reject most of that statement, Mr Wheeler. That
there
is no master plan, and there doesn't need to be. The only requirement of the Mount Lawley lease is to submit a vegetation management plan. As you noted, I voted against that because I was clear in my head that there was no master plan. I would hesitate a guess that most councillors thought that the master plan and the vegetation management plan were one and the same, and that is what is being dealt with this evening at council.
14-1 voted for to see a master plan. Sorry, I'm debating, aren't I? Mayor Owen, in April, the city accused the Mount Lawley Golf Club of removing 57 trees without formal authorisation. A figure revised in May to 22 removals without authorisation. The club themselves stated at committee, however, that they have not removed any trees without authorisation. Mayor Owen, not all of these things can be true. It is not possible for all of those things to be true. Something completely ignored both at committee and in tonight's agenda. The report's also missing the Arbor Carbon Risk and Assessment Report of 2020, the Arbor Carbon Tree Survey data spreadsheet from the 2020 Tree Survey. It's missing the club's Greens replacement programme from 2022 to 2024, showing concept plans and tree numbers identified for removal, and it is missing the club's tree removal list and the city's own tree panel recommendations. It's missing a lot, Mayor Owen, for an informed decision. There's a precautionary principle, Mayor Owen, that should be applied to all matters where decision makers have the potential to cause irreversible environmental damage. And I do not see how councillors can make an informed decision based on this report, especially after the 14-1 vote from before. If councillors pass this motion tonight, Mayor Owen, they're voting to chainsaw at least 41 protected, significant, mature trees on publicly owned Crown land, trees considered problematic by the club.
I need a question, Mr Wheeler.
But 2 lines. Problematic for the most part, councillors, only because they're in the way of a master plan. A master plan that doesn't exist, that you voted to see, 14-1.
A question, Mr Wheeler.
Well, there's not really a question, Mayor Owen, it's really a statement. The decision on the 22nd, on the 6th of December 22 was prudent. It was a prudent decision which I trust council will replicate tonight.
Thank you for that question, and the item is on the agenda this evening, and council will make an informed decision in the absence of a non-existent master plan. Thank you. Leisha Jack, I think while Ms Jack's walking up, I haven't got anyone else on my list. Is there any indication of no one? In that case, this will be the last questions and we can get on with it. Thank you. Your name and suburb?
Good evening, everyone. Leisha Jack from Karrinyup and the Stirling Urban Tree Network. For the record, it's important to remember, I'd just like to say this because it also needs to be known, that prior to 2019, and it is also indicated in this report, bushland was degraded on the site. And also in the Arbor Carbon report, the trees were not being managed, they were using poor quality arborists. Okay. And also...
Ms Jack, once you've got that off your chest, a question, please.
All right. When the city refers to tree canopy, they're talking about anything greater than 3 metres, which is misleading, because tall trees matter. Number one, does allowing the Mount Lawley Golf Club to remove 22 trees illegally, without permission, without any fines or repercussions, set a dangerous precedent for other clubs and organisations on city-owned and managed land?
Thank you. Ms Hawkins?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Thanks, Ms Jack. With regards to leases, the city will work with tenants if we see any issues with regards to conditions of leases, and any action we take would be, I guess, in response to a specific clause or a specific issue. So therefore, we've not necessarily been setting a dangerous precedent for the future.
I'd also like to reiterate, there is no indication by this council that trees have been removed illegally.
Without permission, sorry, I retract that. I retract that.
Mr Wheeler, you can behave yourself, thanks.
I retract that without permission from the city as stipulated in their lease. Sorry.
That's right.
Okay. Now, non-endemic trees on that site do provide food for black cockatoos and other animals that forage. I have photographs which I took myself at the black cockatoo count this year. Black cockatoos, redtails, foraging in the non-endemic Eastern States eucalypts, and I have lots of photographs of them foraging in the pines, which the city approved for them to remove. Okay, so non-endemic trees, according to environmental and bushland experts that we have been in touch with, I've sent councillors information about this, all agree that you should not remove trees, healthy, non-endemic trees.
Ms Jack, I need you to ask a question.
This is the question. Are you aware that experts agree that you should not remove non-endemic trees until the endemic trees, which we all want, have grown to a size which provides refuge, habitat and food sources?
Yes, Mr Hunter?
Sabrina Hahn said the same thing in her article.
Mr Mayor, when we're managing urban forests across the city, we try and get a range of population ages across that cohort. It's inevitable that in the planting of new trees, they take a while to mature.
Yes, that's why you have to leave the others.
And even for trees which are relatively small, they still have an ecological benefit. And trees that go through that stratum of 3 to 6 metres or 3 to 12 metres and above, they collectively have a benefit across the population.
Will you wait until they get that big before you allow them to remove the others?
It's not for debate.
So what we look for as land managers is to ensure that there's not only trees now, but also trees that are coming forward in that population cohort that provides those ecological benefits and those other amenity and shading benefits. So we don't stop managing trees until trees grow, because we do try and actively manage with an eye of not only the short-term requirements of tree management, but also we do this day in, day out. We manage trees so that we are providing those benefits in future generations that we won't enjoy ourselves.
Wildlife need food now. Okay, sorry. Question number 3. The city removes upward of 750 trees a year from city-owned and managed public land. I think it was 787 in 2022, according to Mr Hunter. Trees cost hundreds of dollars to grow and plant and maintain, $655 we've heard in the first 5 years. I'm referring here to the Urban Forest Management, 10-year review. And also, I'll say this, hypothetically, if a cost of $655 grow, maintain, and then replace trees, plus the actual removal costs could be upward of $1,126 per tree from my, $1,500 per tree from my calculations when you consider the cost of removing a large tree. So per year, that works out to, based on 750 trees per year, that's over $1 million, $1,120,000 a year. So will city officers provide me and councillors with a detailed report listing all of the reasons why trees are removed, the number of trees removed in each of those categories, and what the city is doing to improve the situation in each of those categories, and the costs involved with replacing small, under 3 metre trees, medium trees, 3 metres to 10 metres, and large trees, 10 metres and above?
Thank you. The short answer is yes, we can.
Thank you.
Thank you for your questions, and thank you everyone for your patience to get through those. Sorry, if I missed someone. Yep, if you'd like to come up. Thought we were done. Name and suburb, please.
Sorry about that, Mayor and councillors. My name's Greg Campbell. I live in Sorrento, and I'm a director of the Mount Lawley Golf Club. Can I just say that in around 2015 or 2016, there are a number of important items that needed addressing at our golf club. The first one was our reticulation system, and the other one was our greens, which had been substandard for quite a long, for a course of our standing.
Sorry, sir, I do need you to address me and ask questions.
Okay, sorry, sir. Yeah. No. Our greens have been substandard for quite some time, so we prepared a course master plan which incorporated all of those things, some moving of some tees and bunkers, which would have necessitated some chopping down of trees. So along with the master plan, we prepared the vegetation plan, and as you know, that received a huge amount of opposition because of the number of trees that we're proposing to remove.
Again, I need a question.
So because of all of that, we disbanded our master plan. We have no plans to move tees other than our 10th tee, which is moving from one grassed area to another, and we move our flagpole, no trees.
Sorry, in fairness,
sorry,
I don't even feel like we're getting towards a question.
So are you aware that we don't have a master plan because of the opposition we received, and we changed it and have to our greens replacement program because replacement of our greens was our primary consideration and need. So we do not have a master plan or plans to change other parts of the course.
Thank you for that question. Yes, council is aware, and that's why we don't have a master plan before us.
Thank you.
That does bring us to the end of number 7. Thank you again for your patience, and we'll now go on to item 8, which is application for leave of absence. Councillors, are there any application for leave of absence? No indications. Then I'll go on to 9, confirmation of minutes. Councillors, can I have a mover and a seconder to accept the minutes of the ordinary meeting of Council held 9th of May 2023? Move Councillor Kristovich, seconded Councillor Hatton. Just a show of hands, councillors, to accept those minutes. All those for? Thank you. And against? Councillor Ree is voting against the minutes. All other councillors voting for. Item 10, announcements by the presiding member. I do have nil. Unresolved business from previous meetings, nil. And we now move to item 12, reports and recommendations from committees. Councillors, will first deal with the items from Community and Resources Committee meetings. We have had 2 committee meetings, so a bit of a double up tonight. Once these have been resolved, we'll move on to the Planning and Development Committee items. Any alternative recommendations that were provided to governments prior to midday have been included in your running sheet. Item 12.1 ES1, the intersection of Central Ave and Clifton, is required to be pulled out as it was referred to this meeting. And item 12.1 TE1 is required to be pulled out as Councillor Sandri has disclosed a financial interest in the item. Are there any other items that you wish to pull out? Councillor Lagan?
Yeah, thank you, Mr Mayor. 12.1 PS1 Mount Lolly Golf Club.
Thank you. Any other indications? Councillor Ree?
Yes, please. May I please have 12.1 PS2, page 90, the State of the Urban Forest, a 10-year review. And may I also please have 12.1 F2, the monthly statement for the financial activity for the month ending 31st of March 2023, please.
Thank you. No other indications?
May I please also have 12.1 GOV1, the Workplace Health and Safety Policy.
So we'll start with item 12.1 ES1, the intersection of Central Ave and Clifton Crescent, Inglewood and Mount Lawley, outcomes of public consultation. This one was referred, so there is no committee recommendation. I believe Councillor Lagan has a motion.
Yeah, I have an alternative rec, or that I believe is on the board. Do you want me to read it, Mr Mayor?
Yes, please.
So the alternative reads, 1, that Council endorses option 4 as the preferred treatment for the intersection at Central Avenue and Clifton Crescent, and that is the platform. And 2, that the City submits a grant funding application under the 2024-25 Black Spot program for the implementation of the preferred treatment at the intersection at Central and Clifton Crescent. And I'm happy to speak to the item if needed.
Thank you. And just so you've done option 4, just for everyone's, just because it's not on the screen in front of them, what is option 4?
Raised plateau.
It is a raised plateau with marking and not closing the intersection.
Thank you. Is there a seconder for that motion? Councillor Ferrante. Is there anyone opposed to that motion? Councillor Migdale. And I will go to you to open debate. Councillor Lagan.
Yeah, thank you. All elected members are aware, or officers have presented a number of reports. To clarify this situation, and can I thank the officers for the reports they have presented, the work they've done and the consultation they've done with the community, especially Mr Germov. He's done a very, very good job, as he always does. There's always only been 2 issues at this intersection. I should note that I use it daily. That the main cause of concern for local residents was speed on Central and sightlines on Central, which it appears drivers have a tunnel effect and look all the way down Central, past Clifton, to the major roundabout that is near the tennis club. Add to those the crashes every week, and we're well aware that not all crashes are reported, but that intersection is subject to crashes, and at recent committee we were informed that the crash ratio has actually gone up since the apartment has been built and the cafe has been built and opened at that intersection. We know from residents who used to live there that the Willing development is now, where the Willing development is now, and our own witnesses that crashes occur every day at that intersection. So the community called for help. We, the elected members from the Lawley ward and the Inglewood ward, invited the MLA out to the area 5 years ago. We got essentially no support. We spent time and officer money looking at solutions over many years. We Facebook locals to get their view. Councillor Sandri proposed a notice of motion to close for a trial period, and that was done. And we got feedback on that. Now we have data that gives us some options, but stops at the intersection, and the residents are still concerned that they want to be able to get through the intersection. What they've asked me for, what they've spoken to other elected members about, is that they don't want that intersection closed. They want to be able to take their children to school across it. They want to be able to come home. The Inglewood people use it to get across to Mount Lawley and vice versa. It is problematic because of the number of vehicles, but they still want the intersection open. We even had a presenter come to council who said he had a major crash there and still doesn't want it closed. And we all know that crashes happen. That's part of using the road. What we're looking for is a raised platform, small height with very big, clear markings, and that'll do two things. It'll break up that tunnel effect where people are driving down, not seeing the intersection and crossing vehicles. It's 4 lanes for crossing. So if you go across that and you stop or you stutter in the middle, by the time anyone sees you, they've T-boned you at the intersection. You've got to get across quickly. The second thing it'll do is give a speed break up where people hit the platform, which isn't going to be very tall, and they'll realise that they're probably needing to be more aware of what's going on in the area. Look, we've done a lot of consultation, a lot of Facebook discussion, a lot of local discussion. Councillor Franti and myself sat there on many a Saturday morning when we cycle and watched people use the intersection. It's very creative viewing on occasions. But we need to stop doing surveys and do what the community asked us to do. Let's get on with this. Let's get the black spot funding. Let's put in this raised platform and we can move forward from there.
Thank you. And I've got Councillor Ferrante next.
Mr Mayor, look, I'll look forward to everyone's debate or discussion on this. I'm on the fence, but I'm supporting both.
Well, good strong seconding there, Councillor.
However, we need to make a decision because we always make decisions in here, the difficult ones as they are, not some other like other people.
I'm lost for words. Councillor Migdale.
I love that from my co-ward. Thank you, Mr Mayor. So I indicated against this item, not because I'm against the item. Residents let us know that something needed to happen here. They let us know in no uncertain terms, it's not safe, our kids aren't safe, we're not safe, do something. So we went out and we asked residents, what do you feel would be the best approach? Now, my indication against this item is based on the fact that when we went to public consultation, the number one weighted response was to stop the right turn action. So, unfortunately, whilst we have speed being a major issue at this intersection, the right-hand turn is where the crashes are occurring. It's very hard on a very straight road to judge how fast a car is coming at you. And indeed, there are sightline issues as well coming out of Clifton, making a right turn onto Central, so coming from the Lawley ward, which is the action that my co-ward and I take. I can't help but feel that if we go out to public consultation and ask people what is the preferred option, we must take on board what they have said. And they have said option number 2, stopping that right-hand turn, is their preferred option. Granted, it was by an absolute hair that it was the preferred option, and I personally am more than happy to see something implemented. We are a council of action. We are not sitting back and doing nothing. We will make a difference to this intersection. However, I must support option 2, given that it is the one that has been not only suggested by residents, but it was also the preferred option according to our road engineer. Through you, Mr Mayor, may I ask for comment from Mr Guillemot?
You may. Mr Guillemot, can you provide some comment? This is in lieu of Councillor Ferrante's on the fence. So,
through you, Mr Mayor, I guess the critical thing here is that we're trying to balance safety and amenity. So option 2 is, option 1 was probably the safest option, but acknowledging that option 1 reduced more movements and therefore potentially created more distribution. But we've gone, the officers have recommended option 2 for the reasons sort of alluded to by Councillor Migdale, and that number 1, it received the highest amount of support, it reduces the most amount of crashes, And while I'm obviously aware that cost shouldn't be an overarching factor, it's a significantly more economical treatment than option 4. And those are, I guess, the primary reasons why we've recommended option 2.
Thank you. Councillor Migdale.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So that basically sums up my reasoning for supporting option 2. In saying that, again, I support change being made at this intersection. Leaving it alone as is, as others may suggest, is just not okay. It's not okay with residents, and it's not okay with those of us who are traversing that intersection on a daily basis.
Would you like to foreshadow option 2?
Sure.
Well, it would seem logical if you want option 2.
Yes.
Thank
So you have.
Yep. Councillor Ree, you're next.
I think when you look at the chart on page 16, and this Clifton Crescent issue hasn't gone away. It's been on the books for a long, long time, and it still hasn't been addressed to the satisfaction of the residents. And I think that is a concern when we have accidents regularly occurring. And yes, it has been an issue of what people want. I'm concerned about when the survey was done, which was done in April last year, over 6 weeks, I believe, March, April. We had public holidays, you had school holidays. We also had the pipe issue in Beaufort Street, which made people drive in a different direction they probably normally would have.
I do just want to clarify. So I just need to clarify, this was probably the highest response rate of any consultation the city has done. I think it was close to 1,000 responses, and it was after the Beaufort Street pipes. It was waited till the pipes were finished for the consultation.
Can I finish?
Yeah, but I think
Thank
it's
you.
important to clarify that.
The pipes in Beaufort Street still was an issue with various people, and we're also coming off the back end of COVID. One of the reasons it was suggested that there was a big response was because people were home. And then they were all of a sudden trying to come out. They actually cared about their neighbourhood. They walked it, they had to drive it, they had to be around it, especially when it was on lockdown. So people, the eyes and ears on the street changed about what they wanted. So when you actually look at the consultation, the majority didn't ask for 4. If you look at the way it's weighted, option 2 was actually the most that people wanted. I think it's a concern that the people from outside the city of Stirling, not that we don't let them in very often, but the people that were living on page 15, Maylands, Bayswater, Menora and Yokine, where was their influence?
Point of clarification, Menora and Yokine are in the city of Stirling.
Sorry, I meant in close proximity. With
Point of
regard
clarification,
to the,
Menora was also surveyed, Mr Mayor.
Yep. Thanks, councillors. Councillor Ree, continue.
Thank you. If on page 15, for those who'd like to read, and if I could continue, Inglewood was 57%, Mount Lawley was 37%. If we continue reading, it says, the suburbs of Bedford, Dianella, Maylands, Bayswater, Menora and Yokine were the remainder.
Yeah.
So, if I could come back to it, if people don't mind, I'd like to finish, that when we consider the others in this relationship, how much of those would influence the actual weighting on page 16, considering that 221 definitely wanted option 2, 217 wanted option 4, but if you add them together, option 2 outweighs it. So
I don't think you can just add stuff like that together. It doesn't work like that, because sometimes they're the same people. So this was a unique survey in the way it was done. So
I don't think so. You either support, you can't have the same person ticking every box.
well, you pretty well can. Yeah. This was
that's
covered
not
extensively at the committee meeting when this was talked about.
Well,
it was
I
a
know-
unique consultation that allowed people to give their preferred options.
Yes, I know. And I thought we said at the committee that it was numbered in a preferential option.
No.
Well, then they're skewed results to start with then. Why would we ask people to tick every box? That's just crazy. Anyway, sorry, that's just me. Yes, it's like a local government election that we're looking forward to. So can I ask the staff, please, whether or not the statistics for the people that were, how many people actually ticked every box, which obviously I didn't know where they were coming or going.
Councillor, this is irrelevant. So I think you need to debate.
No,
If
it
you
is.
want, if you want item 2 or option 2 or another option other than 4, then debate that. But
No, we have to debate that because we're actually looking at the statistics. You're asking us to, sorry, not you, the colleagues over here are asking us to support option 4. Someone else is option 2. If we're going to base that approval, that recommendation on the chart on page 16, and now we're saying, well, it's not necessarily correct, then what are we weighting it on? We shouldn't be making
but they're not making that argument that it's not correct.
No, no, you said, if I come back, wind the tape, that they could tick any box. So therefore, statistically, I'm concerned about the results of which we're now basing a decision on. And that could impair people's further decisions. But I think from what people have said out loud, of definitely don't close Clifton Crescent. That was the main thing, of don't close it, which is option 3. So I think that was overwhelming by a lot of people, but I think a lot of people also said do nothing.
30 seconds.
Thank you. Do I get taken off time for my interruptions? Well, I'm asking to be generous
20
and
seconds.
statistical. Thank you. A lot of people ask, including the fellow that came to speak, was to ask to do nothing and see how everything settled down for at least 6 months. I think that that's a plausible one. Then we take it out there and we ask people, just tick one box. It will be confusing come October.
I've got Councillor Sandri, then Councillor Perkov, then I have Deputy Mayor, and then I have Councillor Crowdo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have this item has been going back and forth since I've been on council. I think I'm approaching 6th year on council, and I'm hoping that we can put this to bed tonight. What I ask of council regarding option 4 is this. We have to consider a balanced approach, right? We can talk about the advertising and the responses that we received. If you want to consider the facts, everyone hated the options. That's the overwhelming response. So therefore, as councillors, we have to apply a sense of rigour along with reading the officer's recommendation and their report.
I just have to stop you there. I think that statistically, if you look at it, it's not that everyone hated. There's actually more people wanted a solution than not.
No, but if you look at the negatives, they're higher than the positives.
No, not when you actually do them statistically.
Oh, that's how I viewed it. Yeah, exactly. Out of a chart that everyone ticked a box. But anyway, regardless of that, there are 5 key elements that I think we need to consider tonight. One is road safety, absolutely. That's what prompted this to come to council. The second is pedestrian safety. We can't ignore that. We have a local centre on one of the corners, and there are pedestrians that cross north to south along Central. The vehicle speeds that are travelling along Central Avenue, which are part of the collision rates. The accessibility between the 2 suburbs, and also the traffic distribution. We don't want to do something that's going to cause enhanced rat running throughout the suburb, which happens already given their grid layout, and we don't want to exacerbate that. With respect to road safety, I ask councillors to look at pages 24, 25, 26 and 27 of your agendas. They provide the 4 options. On those pages, each of the options have a legend. The legend is defined by those 5 things I just spoke about. When you look through those options, in terms of road safety, clearly they all provide a benefit. When you look at pedestrian safety, options 1, 3 and 4 account for better pedestrian safety over option 2. That is because option 2 in itself will create increased speeds through that intersection because you're closing that straight through. In respect of Central Avenue, whilst we've noted that there have been car collisions through there, it is only now that we're seeing a prevalence of pedestrian movements, and that's why we have to factor in that pedestrian safety. Vehicle speeds, as I mentioned, by having the raised plateau, it will reduce the speeds through there, which is what we need to do. It is also noted that when you reduce speed, it means cars travel closer together, which will make it more difficult for people to turn right and straight during peak times, which is ultimately achieving option 2 without limiting people outside of those peak times when it's safe to cross and turn. A raised plateau will calm the traffic and slow the traffic. It will enhance visibility of the intersection, improving safety. It will increase pedestrian safety with reduced traffic speed, better areas for relief, and the possibility of providing crosswalks, which are needed at this intersection for the schools and the pedestrians alike. It will regulate traffic and it will reduce speed, ultimately providing a better flow of traffic management. I appreciate and I am not surprised by the overwhelming responses of the community consultation. As Councillor Lager and I are aware of, our community is highly engaged and our community is also very knowledgeable and understanding of the processes which we undertake to deliberate and determine something. We went through this process with the Heritage Protection Area. We had a huge response rate. It is our view from speaking with the actual community that we live in, that we represent, that option 4 is the most preferred option because it is the most balanced approach. And I don't feel like we should be going to a severe approach of closing any movement as the first step. And in saying that, I think that the plateau itself will achieve all those things and we won't ever hopefully see this intersection come across council ever again. And I hope that the councillors support this. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor. Councillor Perkoff.
Thank you, Mayor. The option to do nothing this evening at all is, well, I'm not going to support that option, that's for sure. It has been...
It's not an option right now. So you don't have to.
I can feel it, though. Look, I'm interested in the ward councillors' option 4 over here, but can I get a little bit more information and clarity? I know Councillor Sandrin's mentioned a crosswalk. We know what it takes to bulldoze or what you need to do. What other type of signage, through you, Mayor, to the officers, can we expect? Is it doable? How will it enhance a plateau type option?
I think you're heading dangerous. There's nothing to do with a plateau type option that suggests a crosswalk at the moment. It's a very different motion.
Sorry, can we get clarification?
Yeah, thanks. So, Mr. Guillemot, you're asking about maybe possibly amending this to have a crosswalk, or just you want to know for further?
No. Oh.
Yep. Mr. Guillemot,
it's fine.
What process if this was to turn into a Pelican Crossing or whatever you call it?
Regardless of what treatment is endorsed by council, the intersection will still include median refuges to allow staged crossing. But in order to get a pedestrian priority crossing, you need to satisfy Main Roads warrants, and our preliminary surveys of pedestrian counts show that it would be well below that value that's required for a pedestrian priority crossing. When most of the pedestrians are crossing is during the school pickup start and finish times, and that's when the guard control crossing is in place. So even if we wanted to apply for a pedestrian priority crossing, Main Roads will exclude those times when that school crossing is in place. So our chance of getting a pedestrian priority crossing is unfortunately even lower. I hope that makes sense.
So lower, but probably not impossible. Can I ask for you, Mayor, when was the pedestrian survey conducted last?
Mr. Guillemot?
We did the preliminary surveys when we were doing the counts for the Water Corp. When we were doing vehicle counts, we also did pedestrian counts of crossing numbers.
Councillor?
And just one more. If the pedestrian crossing wasn't a floatable option, what kind of line marking or island sort of separation could we expect that to sort of enhance the possible raised platform option?
Mr. Guillemot?
Through Mr. Mayor, if there was a raised platform, basically a standard raised platform would have the piano key markings. Main Roads are looking at trialling different type of what they're calling shark teeth markings, but effectively it'll be markings so that they can be clearly observed from some distance back. Yeah.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor?
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Through you, question to Manager of Engineering Services. So option 2, if that were to get up, that is clearly going to be, it would encourage rat running through the local streets, wouldn't it?
Mr. Guillemot?
It is quite subjective, because if you speak with, the information that we get from residents of Clifton is they're already experiencing rat running on Clifton. A lot of the traffic that is on Clifton that is going through that intersection is rat running, and they're going from all the way from Walcott through to Inglewood and vice versa. So they're, I guess, non-local to the two suburbs. So what we'd effectively be doing by reducing the movements that make those rat runs, I guess, possible, we'd be actually pushing those vehicles back onto distributor roads like North Street and Beaufort Street, which are the roads that they're supposed to be on.
Deputy Mayor?
So that may be a benefit, option 2, with the no right turns.
That's up to
Two-
you,
two
Councillor. Right
ways.
now, option 4 is
Yep.
on the table, though.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, no, thank you.
Councillor Corrado, I have you next, and I have Councillor Kay.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a question which was raised in the officer's report with regards to the level of noise that option 4 might create. Could you please give us a little bit more of an understanding, because we don't want to inadvertently create, sorry, through you, Mr. Mayor.
No, sorry.
Inadvertently create another problem for the residents in this area while trying to resolve, and I get it. This does seem to be the more feasible option in terms of pedestrian safety, vehicle speeds, and road safety. But the officers did raise in this report the issue of noise. So if you could please answer that. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Guillemot?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. The noise impact that we're talking about is the braking, the deceleration, and the thump of vehicles going over the raised plateaus. We've constructed a lot of these within local road environments where there's a lot lower traffic volumes on the road, like Carrington Street and 8th and John. And what we're saying is, on lower volume roads, that noise is somewhat more bearable. But if it's on a high ordered district distributor road, that noise can obviously, if you've had that thump noise happening 15,000 times a day, it obviously can have a significant impact on amenity, and that's the noise impact that we were referring to.
Can I ask one more question, please? Yeah. Okay. Through you, Mr. Mayor. What would be the timeline for implementation for option 2 versus option 4, just giving consideration to the fact that the community has been looking at this for a long time, and the councillors here as well have been wanting a response for a long time. So what would be the timeline to implement 2 versus 4?
Mr. Guillemot?
It would, to some extent, it would be subject to the second resolution if we sought funding, black spot funding through the 24-25 program. That's when we would actually do the construction work. An option like option 2, the works involved are, I guess, a lot less in terms of the amount of work that's required. So if council wanted an option to occur a lot quicker, we'd probably be able to do that a lot quicker. But as I said, it would largely come down to what the resolution of council says.
Councillor?
Yes. So, again, through you, Mr. Mayor, the officers have recommended in the report that option 4 is the second preferred option, but implementing option 1 does not preclude option 4 from occurring sometime down the track. Is there an option to look at?
Point of clarification, option 2, not 1.
Sorry, option 2, yes. So can option 2, can we, look at implementing that first, and then maybe based on those results, not take option 4 completely off the table as the officers have recommended, but maybe look at that, because you have timeliness, and then you also have the option of looking at option 4. We're not taking it off the table, though. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, as a trial.
Point of clarification, that's my foreshadowed motion per committee.
No, it wasn't. So, Mr. Guillemot, what the councillor is asking, could you have both of these in effect? So you do the shorter time frame one, which would be the no right turn, and then later on put in the speed plateaus, which would take longer.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yeah, on page 18, that was actually one of the dot points that we put in favour of recommending option 2, that we could implement that, and it doesn't preclude us re-evaluating option 2 over time, and if need be, we can return and look at other options if required.
Yes. Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Kristovich next.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
Then just so you know, I've got Councillor Hatton after that and Councillor Farrelly after that.
Can I say that I would have been happy with enthusiasm to second Councillor Lagan's motion had I had the chance. But in terms of this particular intersection, I think it's pretty obvious that something needs to happen. Now, I know when you are on the roads, you cannot stop accidents from happening because accidents happen predominantly because of driver behaviour. Sometimes road design is an issue as well, and it's about trying to make the best road design that you can without distracting away from the amenity of drivers to be able to go to a destination, whether they need to turn left, right, go straight, or whatever they need to do. And so it's about road design which maximises the ability for drivers to do what they need to do on a daily basis, not to try and hinder them. So when you start stopping people turning left or turning right or going straight or whatever you do, you're hindering drivers. And so it's about that incremental, step-by-step, I suppose, improvement is what I'm looking at. And so what option 4 does is it allows us to highlight this intersection to everybody and say, look, there's a reason you've got to pay attention here. The speed bumps don't have to be big enough to make the clunk-clunk noise. They can actually, I think, be lower, just as long as there's a differential so that drivers know they are going onto a different surface, and with the road markings, it will highlight that you need to be aware when you're going through this intersection. Now, unfortunately, even when we do this, I'm sure there'll be crashes here. And it doesn't matter what we do. If we close 3 of the 4 roads, I'm sure there'd be crashes here because drivers drive distracted. We see it all the time. They're on their mobile phones, whether it's drugs or alcohol or whatever it might happen to be. There's a percentage that are on the roads that don't pay attention. So you can't get away from that. However, I think if we go for option 4 in the initial phase, it points to a solution, but it also gives everyone the opportunity to travel as they have done up to this point. At some point in time down the track, if that's not working and it's identified that the problem is, again, road design, not driver behaviour, then you can look at trying to take away the privileges of people in that community, the privilege of turning right. And I know that I always get upset when those privileges are taken away from me on the road when I'm trying to turn right or go somewhere, just because some people aren't doing the right thing. And so I think that's the balance that we need to strike here. So I think doing this as phase 1, seeing how this works, it allows people to continue with their daily activities as they have up to this point, and then at some point in time down the track, because as has been noted here, there is no, I suppose, perfect solution, and unfortunately, if you ask people their opinion, you know, they'll give you 10 different opinions or 20 different opinions, and everyone will have a different reason why they're going for it, and then you're stuck in this dilemma where you're saying, well, we've got 4 choices, they're all equally as good or as bad as each other, so I think let's go with the choice that still gives everybody the benefit of being able to do what they want to do on the road, but also tries to improve that safety.
Thanks, Councillor. Councillor Hatton.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As the chair of the committee, I observed the debate at committee, and it was brought to here to give us more time to strengthen the report, to make us all able to understand it. The local ward councillors, all 4 of them, have worked on this for a long time. I acknowledge that, and I give you credit for the amount of work you've done over a period of time, period of years. As a councillor out of that area, I am guided by all 4 of you. I do have family who live in that area, very close to that intersection, and I do know that it's problematic. Raised platforms or raised intersection plateaus. There's a number of those that I know of on local roads, and I might talk to Mr. Guillemot in a moment, Mr. Mayor, about that, or ask a question. I believe in Jundana, Chewett Hill, maybe the back of Balcatta, there's local roads that have a lot of these raised plateaus. I I'm interested in knowing more about the noise on a distributor type road, because I know, actually I'm interested in that, Mr Mayor, and I'm also interested in finding out if when these road infrastructures are installed, do they become problematic in that they're a little bit confusing to drivers? Could I ask Mr Guillemot if that causes a problem sometimes, because it's my experience that it might.
I wouldn't think so, Mr Guillemot.
It hasn't been our experience that people aren't aware of the correct procedure to follow. I think they've been constructed at enough locations that people can easily recognise how to navigate them. But as I said, we've only ever put them on intersections of local roads, not just higher order distributor roads.
Thank you. Did I hear that we have never put one on a bigger road? Is that right?
Mr Guillemot?
Yeah. Thanks through Mr Mayor. All right, it could be a bit problematic with the noise. However, I want to draw attention to what happens if we use the other options, and that is what happens to surrounding streets and to people around there with cars being diverted elsewhere. I think it's really important to have an option that that really suits the broader suburb. This one that's on the table, option 4, obviously will accommodate that. I just want to ask something about a dot point on page 18, I think it is, yeah, page 18. It says that if we were to implement option 2, then it would not preclude further improvements down the track. If we were to implement this option, would it be reversible to improve it in another way? It's hypothetical, I guess, because it is a bigger infrastructure, I believe.
Yes, anything is reversible. It'll just cost money, significant amount of money.
Money, yeah. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. We are getting close to the end. Councillors, can I just remind you, we're getting close to an hour just on a speed bump, and you've got about another 30 items tonight. Councillor Farrelly.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I was thinking you were going to tell me that was it, and I wouldn't have my chance to have my say on a speed bump. I like speed bumps because we don't seem to get enough of them.
Point of clarification, it's not a speed bump, it's a raised median, basically as big as this room.
No, I will take it seriously, yes.
Thank you, Councillor.
Yes.
We know what we're talking
engineers in our midst.
Let's talk about this one, though.
Anyway, ability for drivers to do something on a daily basis. I live opposite where there's an island in the road. The drivers don't want to, they want to ignore
Councillor,
it.
I'm going to stop you there. I'm going to ask you to address this item.
All right, okay. I really want to know, option 2 and option 4, would they be covered by black spot funding? That's the first question.
Yes, the application would go in. The indication is that the application would go in and they'd both be covered.
Right. What is the difference in costs between, option 2 and option 4?
Mr Guillemot?
Ballpark estimates for option 2 would be around about $50,000-$60,000. A raised plateau across the entire intersection would probably be $400,000 to $500,000.
Okay, so if we make a decision tonight, we're looking at between a $50,000 versus a $400,000.
The federal government's paying for it.
Federal government pay for it both,
Yes.
50-50.
Yes, councillors, that's correct.
Fine. Okay, that's fine. So nothing for the City of Stirling ratepayers to pay for. So that is not a contentious issue. Look, I'm looking at the incremental step-by-step improvement that's being proposed in the investigation that's been undertaken by the officers. I noticed Councillor Reid did raise something that has really confused me, that you've got 391 yeses for option 2, 350 yeses for option 4, and what is the significant difference? The mathematics of it, 41 doesn't seem to be a real significant difference, so we could probably say they're very much equal in one way or the other. I'm sure Mr Guillemot could give it to us if there's a significant difference. I don't think it's going to be a really big one, so let's not worry about that. The noise when you get used to the train, If you live next to a train line, you get used to the noise. If
Well,
it's,
let's not put that on the selling
no,
point,
no,
councillor.
okay. I like the idea of the raised platform because I know it's an artificiality of not being a penguin crossing or anything, but it does give drivers the awareness that you are coming to something that you really psychologically must slow down to. If you don't slow, you're going to get the bump anyway. And as someone who uses a road which has a huge bump, psychologically I slow down anyway because I don't want my car to be hit. So you actually achieve something for the regulars and for those that are coming in between on just a one-off basis. I think you do actually achieve a hesitation, and that is where they're thinking they might knock someone over if they go too fast without looking through that intersection. I would say school nearby, distracted drivers. The councillor opposite me, Councillor Haddon, said the rat running that can occur. You know, you're going to have all these in the proposal to do the turnings rather than to keep everything open. Also, what you'll find, I presume, is that you'll have drivers who don't obey those. You know, you can't do the left to right turn. You have to. They'll do. I've done this. You know, many years. I've got the kids to go to school. I've got to do this for work. I'm running late. I'm just going to do it anyway. No one's there. They won't think of cameras, and they'll do it. And this is where you really have a problem, I think, because you then have drivers doing something unexpected. The option 2 to 4. I think with this is, even though there's a difference of 41 replies, I actually will be supporting the current, motion on the board. That is that we go for option 4, and thank you for the opportunity to speak on something out of my ward. Thank you.
It's in the City of Stirling. That's your job.
I know.
Thanks, everyone. So with that, I'm pretty sure that it will ask the mover to close debate. Is that right? Yep.
Thank you. I'll probably take 15 to 20 minutes on this. No, I won't. It doesn't need that amount of time. Look, thank you for everyone who's been part of the debate. Trust me, we all looked at the options. We all looked at all of the options. This was the option that I know is the most suitable for my community. And I look at roles and responsibilities of elected members. You have to provide leadership and guidance to the community and the district. That's what they did. They came to myself and Councillor Sandra and said, there's too many crashes at this intersection. Can you do something about it? They didn't ask us to spend hundreds of thousands of dollars and do lots and lots and lots of consultation cycles. They said, do something about it. Now, people talked about thump of a raised platform. It's a low raised platform. The vehicle's already slowing down. They're not flying through there. That's the whole idea of putting it in. Now, without sounding silly, the only thump that anyone's heard at that intersection in the last 5 years or 8 years has been vehicles smashing into each other and out of the crash and knocked her down. The intersection is so bad that locals were given tow truck cards by operators who parked their vehicle down the road. And they were given the option of maybe there's a finder's fee if you can get us to the crashes first. What we're looking at is improving the situation of difference. This is the one the community has said to us they want to see. Less impact, you can still drive through, get it done.
Sorry, Mr Mayor.
I'm not interested in a continual discussion about
It was indicated from Inglewood that option 2 was preferred.
I'm going to argue the point. And I'll finalise by saying, if we do option 2, I'm going to be rat running because I'm not going to use that intersection anymore. I'm going to go to other streets like every other local will do. And what have you done? Created the very thing you didn't want to do.
Thank you. And with that, that closes the debate. So we've got a motion now for option 4. Move Councillor Lagan, seconded Councillor Ferranti. Noticing, please, councillors, note that there is a foreshadowed motion for option 2 if this is lost. I'll put it to the vote. Thank you. And that motion is, hang on, Councillor Ferranti. Finishing with the same energy you started with, Councillor Ferraro. And have you got your vote in? Come on, Councillor. And that motion is carried with Councillors Corrado, Dudek, Farrelly, Ferrante, Hatton, Christovich, Lagan, Olo, Perkoff, Sandri and Thornton voting for. Councillor Migdale, Proudry and myself voting against. That is carried. Thank you. And with that, I will give my apologies to all those people who are waiting to discuss Mount Lawley. If I had have had any indication that we could have spent that long on a raised plateau, I would have brought your item forward. Councillors, we will now go to item 12.1 PS1, the Mount Lawley Golf Course Vegetation Management Plan. I'll ask, with your indulgence, to get the Deputy Mayor to take the chair, as I would like to do. This wasn't discussed at committee, so I would like to discuss this tonight. Take them on.
So, councillors, we're on 12.1 PS1 Mount Lawley Golf Course Vegetation Management Plan and Tree Removals. There is a committee recommendation and I'm looking for a mover. Mayor Irwin, what are you moving?
Thanks, through you, Madam Chair. If I could move a slightly amended recommendation. So it's similar to the one we've seen before, that the council receives the city's tree panel assessment of the Mount Lawley Golf Club. The council acknowledges the work of the Mount Lawley Golf Club. Item 3 just has a small change, that future tree removal. We added in that the council's tree delegate do it under the street tree and reserves policy, but I also wish to add and giving consideration to the use as a premier golf course. And the reason for that is the city's tree delegate still needs to be able to take the use of the reserve into account along with the offset plantings, the overall management and the policy when assessing the need to remove or not remove their trees.
Thank you, Mayor Irwin. I noticed Councillor Sandri has seconded that. Was there anyone against that item? Councillor Lagan is against. Mayor Irwin, I will go to you to open.
Yeah, thanks, Madam Chair. Look, as has been brought up through question time and it's been discussed at many council meetings, we've been dealing with this item for quite a little while now. It's been the subject of many questions regarding the canopy, regarding cutting down of trees, regarding leases and greens replacement. But I've got to be really honest, the further we spend on this, I still can't really understand why this has become such a big issue. It really appears that it's mostly based on an inflammatory argument around a master plan that doesn't exist for a golf club removing some trees to ensure the best playing conditions for its members, while completely ignoring the work the club is doing to maintain this A-class reserve for future generations and the benefit of all of the community. And that's really important, everyone, because make no mistake, if this course wasn't here, as our other private golf course in the city of Stirling, they wouldn't be some incredible inner city bushland. They would be turned into high density housing and they'd lose the incredible amenity in the suburbs. It's happening down south. There's plenty of golf courses in Western Australia that have shut down and are being turned into housing estates. And then we lose all of the canopy. The story started with this club 100 years ago. In 1928, the Perth Road Board granted 200 acres to the Mount Lawley Golf Club with a peppercorn rent for 50 years. The land was mostly an abandoned sewerage site called the Perth Sanitary Depot, an abandoned sanitary depot, with some remnants of pine plantation, squatters camping with their families. Over the coming years, with the resource they had, they created the original clubhouse and maintained the property while developing the course over a number of years. And coincidentally, and quite interestingly, it was about the same time over those couple of years where Lake Karrinyup Golf Course and Jokine, West Australian Golf Club, were also designed and being developed. The land is zoned under the Metropolitan Regional Scheme as Parks and Recreation and is issued to the city for the management of the land for the purpose of recreation, that being a golf course. And for this privilege of running a golf course, the club is committed to do things better by planting more trees and shrubs. And this is important because guess what? They don't have to. They don't have to plant trees and shrubs. They have to submit a vegetation management plan to comply with their lease, but they don't have to plant trees or shrubs to show the care and consideration of the reserve, which they are, and like they do now. And they don't just plant a couple of trees. Let's also put this in perspective. Despite the commentary to condemn their actions on cutting some down, many of which were dying or in poor health, as we've heard from our tree delegates, the city officers, no one sends us letters congratulating them on the 2,350 trees planted in 2019-20, plus almost 2,000 shrubs and ground covers. Another 600 trees and 2,200 shrubs and ground covers the next year, and another 200 trees just last year. Over 3,000 trees. Over 3,000 trees. And almost 6,500 shrubs over 4 years. 3,000 trees. And now we're hearing that's not good enough because they're not big enough. I mean, give me a break. They've got to grow. They've got to grow. All trees start as a small tree and grow into big trees. No other government group, no club, no organisation plants more endemic trees on city land than this club. Their work is actually on comparison with our friends and our volunteer conservation groups in the volume of work they do. And they fund just about all of it themselves. In fact, we heard tonight the significant cost of planting trees. They fund this all themselves, 3,000 trees. So what does this mean? Well, for a start, the canopy on the golf course is almost 30%, comparable with the West Australian Golf Course on Lake Carina. And proudly I can say the Hamersley one is much higher at 46%. But they're all extremely high and well above the average of the City of Stirling. The Mount Lawley course has been increasing this in contrast to many golf courses. In actual fact, the other private golf courses in Western Australia mostly have seen a decline in the canopy. And we can debate the different sizes of canopy, but when we look at the net canopy at this site, it has increased. The even better news is that Arbon Carbon Modelling, the same company, Arbor Carbon, that's seen by experts right around the state and is often heard about when we're being challenged at the City of Stirling, is a company that looked at this and did the modelling for future growth, showing that over the next 20 years it should increase by another 30%. All of this because despite the fallacies of no strategic plan or consultation, they do have one. You just have to go on their website. They've got a strategic plan. And underneath that sits several other documents. I don't know how many documents a club needs. I know we don't go to our football clubs and ask them for their coaching plans and their player list for the weekends. This club has several documents. One tonight we're approving called the Vegetation Management Plan. And one of the other interesting ones, if you do some research, is called Beyond the Fairways, their sustainability strategy. This club even has a sustainability strategy. If I'm running out of time, I'll ask for an extension, councillor. I've got a little bit more. Yeah.
Councillor Perkoff moving, Councillor Hatton seconding. All those in favour?
I'll give myself one.
Unanimous. Go ahead.
Their sustainability, Madam Chair, talks about restoring local biodiversity in Banksia woodlands. It talks about restoring the Melaleuca woodlands and rehabilitating degraded areas. They partner with other conservation groups to achieve this. They reduce their chemical use. They even build Quenda bungalows at this place. And guess what? There, as has been noted by the observers, lots of red-tailed black cockatoos and other wildlife species present. And that's the interesting thing, because even the emails we all received in the last few days talking about the black cockatoos and how important it is for them to have a habitat. This is one of their habitats. And they certainly aren't at risk from a club who seeks to increase their canopy cover this significantly over the next 20 years. I suggest the black cockatoos will have a safe home at Mount Lawley Golf Course for the future. I'll finish by stating some really important factual data. The city manages 110,000 street trees and another 200,000 trees on city parks and reserves. It's a lot. In 2012, there were approximately 74,000 street trees across the city, and we've seen an increase by almost 50% through dedicated planning over the last 10 years. But it's also important to note that just last year, we cut down, we destroyed. You can use that sort of language. 787 of our own street trees were removed. And they're removed due to natural causes, developments, and other reasons. And another 130 trees were removed. They were cut down, chainsawed down, in parks and reserves. So let's not pretend this doesn't happen in the City of Stirling or in our own backyard. And that's without starting on Stevenson Avenue Road Reserve. I think there's another couple of hundred there. Or the state government shared public access pathway along the freeway. About 5 acres went in that one. Everyone is doing their best to combat the losses on private land and these losses that happen due to developments or major infrastructure works. And there is a reality of some trees dying, as we've heard from the officers, in poor health or just the wrong species in the wrong place. And even on that note, it is the case that if developments have a tree and it's in the wrong place, there can be offset plantings, and it is done to use a common sense approach to make sure that we do our very best to increase the canopy. And as you'll see in one of the items coming up, I think the officers do a pretty good job of it. But personally, I've had enough of this club being accused of doing something wrong. The club itself has done nothing wrong here. In fact, it'd be fair to say up to 3 or 4 years ago, most local governments didn't have a really strong strategic plan around urban strategy or forest strategy. And most clubs like this would have been allowed to do their own dealing with tree canopies. That's why if you look at a lot of the private ones in Western Australia, you'll see some significant losses. But they've managed this course, they've developed strong partnerships, including the one with the city, and they invest in the future and strive to improve the course and the environment for future generations who will appreciate it. So let's thank them for their vegetation plan, their hard work, and let them get back to it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mayor Irwin. Councillor Sandra, you seconded. Would you like to speak?
Thank you. Look, I don't really think I can follow Mr Mayor's speech in any capacity. I was going to start by saying I was on the fence, same as Councillor Ferranti in the previous motion, but I'm certainly not. Look, the reality is this item has come to council time and time again. I understand both perspectives, but the reality is this is a golf course. It's trying to mitigate the improper planting of trees that occurred in the 60s and 70s. And in fact, I asked my grandmother the other day, who moved to Inglewood in 1967, what did the golf course look like when you first moved here? And I can assure you it didn't look like what it looks like now in terms of all the tree and vegetation that exists on that course. And it will only get better in the future. And the thing that probably drives me the most around this is knowing that the club is working with Inglewood Triangle to build that green linkage from the Inglewood Triangle through to Birdie Park, or Birdwell Park that they now call the area next to Terry Tyzack, into the Mount Lawley Golf Course. And that's actually going to create a larger area of that bush forever that exists at Inglewood Triangle into the Class A reserve. And we are lucky in Inglewood, we do see the benefits of having the black cockatoos. They forage in my verge tree, and that's the benefit of having verge trees as well. So I'm assured that based on what the replanting will be, that the removal of the trees that are non-endemic for the most part is okay. I'm interested to hear what my co-ward councillor has to debate tonight, because it's not often that we are not aligned. So I'll reserve my decision after that debate. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Sandri. Councillor Lagan.
Thank you, Madam Acting Mayor. I don't suppose that I'll be getting a clap from the club, and I wouldn't expect to. And I have to say, I've got some commentary around some of the behaviour at the meetings that have been held. And although the Mayor spoke very strongly, and much of what he said is correct, two wrongs don't make a right. So I'll ask some questions. First of all, on page, through you two officers, on page 11, A2 talks about city trees removed without authorisation and shows fines of $57,251. Can someone tell me what they are? Who got fined? What for?
Is that a rhetorical question?
No, I want a factual answer. Is it legal fee
Mr.
or
Hunt,
is it fines?
Thank you.
It
Mr.
says
Hunter?
2 to 3 entities or organisations or persons were fined.
Thank you, Councillor Lagan. Mr. Hunter.
Madam Acting Chair, they're not fines. As the report says, they are not fines. They are payments that have been made to the city, which essentially is the recovery under the Tree and Reserves tree policy, the Street and Reserves tree policy, and it's essentially Halliwell valuation for the removal of trees. In some cases illegally, sometimes or unauthorised, in other cases through the DA process.
Okay,
so they're not fines, they are
fantastic. It answers
recovery
my
of
question.
costs.
So it does show that where it says trees removed without authorisation, the officer just used the word illegally, there's a cost. Sometimes we apply a cost. Don't get me wrong, I don't want to be public enemy number one of the golf club, because I've already been told by people that's why I'm perceived as public enemy number one. I was elected to council to represent the people in my ward. I was not elected to council to sell a story for one bit of my ward. People came to me and said, there's a problem here. Could you do something about it? I could have said no. But I've got people saying, you don't believe what the club does. I do. I think what the volunteers have done is excellent work. Second question through you. Who wrote the VMP report in our agenda tonight? The city or the club?
Mr Hunter?
The vegetation management plan came from the club and was written by the club.
Thank you. Exactly what I thought. Good story. 4, through you to officers. Who is the tree removal committee or officer at the city?
Mr Hunter? Mr Murphy? Any many?
Madam Chair, that there's the tree delegate under the street and reserve trees policy is the position that I occupy. And there is no tree committee as such, there's tree delegate. But in the development of the list of, in the vegetation management plan, the 62 trees, I did confer with a panel of our best arboriculturists within the city, and that's the recommendation that's gone forward.
Thank you. And another question through you, Miss Acting Mayor, through you to governance. So I've viewed video of the city recording of a meeting. On that video, it has an officer saying, and it's on the record, that 22 trees were removed without permission from this club. Can the manager of governance tell me, is that electronic record accurate?
Mr Blanchard? That's a rhetorical.
If that was the recording of the meeting, then that was the recording of the meeting.
Thank you, which is why I will not support point 3. And other elected members have said to me, oh, but the club's going to do what they're told. They're going to follow the plan. We know they haven't followed the plan. I don't know why 22 trees were removed without permission. I'm not making it up. On their own website in 2022, they actually say that problem trees were pruned or removed by 2022. We're in 2023. Why are we asking to remove more? 41 more trees. They said it's been done. Their original plan talked about removing 662 trees. At the last committee meeting, one of the people they put up as their representative said to us they're angry. I'm angry that trees are being removed. They're angry because we're not giving them the 60 trees they want. Guess what? This board decides what people who lease from this city will do. They don't come to us and say, you'll take out 60 trees because we're telling you to. This board decides. I may lose the vote here tonight, but I won't support it when we've been told by our own officers 22 trees were removed illegally. God knows how many more, but I know of 22.
Point of order. There was no indication that they were removed illegally.
They were removed, as on the record, Mr Blanchard has answered, without permission. We have an officer who's supposed to give permission. What do we do with other leaseholders? Do we say you can remove any tree you want without permission? You don't need to go through that officer. Point 3 says use that officer. They didn't use the officer. I rest my case. I am finished having a debate about this. I do not want to be public enemy number 1. But I will not sit down and be told that I'm inaccurate about what's been going on. I've done 2 years of work on this. I will not support this. Come back to me in 2 years or 4 years and say you've done your work, you want to take more trees out, fine. But not here, not tonight.
Thank you, Councillor Lagan.
Can I just have a point of clarification?
One moment. So, on the back of what you've said, Councillor Lagan, we'll put these items 1, 2 and 3 separately so they can be voted on separately.
No, I'm not supporting it.
You said you didn't want to do point 3. I'm going to give everybody the option.
I'm not supporting the item. I said in my closing I'll support whatever they bring in the future.
You said you wouldn't support item 3. It doesn't matter. I've now said that we're going to move. We're going to do them separately. I can actually make that choice. And what I will actually do is the democratic thing. I've got you, Councillor Thornton. I will go to a vote for all those that are in favour of voting separately, 1, 2 and 3, put your hands up. Is somebody counting? Not enough. Those against, obviously the rest. Okay, that is lost. We will be putting the 3 together.
Madam Chair, I just had a point of clarification. It's a question.
Stand up.
Thanks. So with the 22 trees that were removed, can I just get confirmation, because it's true, there has been mixed messaging. Did they receive approval to remove those trees or not?
Mr Hunter?
Yeah, look, this goes back many years. I'll have to look at the chronology, but...
Before 2019?
No, not before 2019. So the original work done at the club was the development of the 19th hole, where the club got a vegetation management, got a permit to remove native vegetation under DEWA. That was secured. They developed the 19th hole, and there were some vegetation offsets. From that time, the club engaged with the officers to develop a whole raft of documentation, which from memory included a bushland management plan, a tree replacement plan, a tree 10-year maintenance program. There was an arbor carbon tree report. There was lots and lots of reports.
Point of order, Madam Chair. The question was, did they get permission?
Excuse me, Councillor Sandry, just did ask when did that happen?
Yeah. So,
and he's trying to answer the question.
So there was a raft of documentation in the lead up to about 2020, and there was a number of trees that the club requested formally for removal, and they were, in one case, 3 WA peppermint trees, which I had indicated that could be removed, and there was another email that indicated for 3 pine trees from memory, and some river red gums that came to about 11 or 12. Subsequent to that, the club chose not to remove the river red, the agonis trees, the peppermints, but the other trees they did remove. Now there was a period where the vegetation management plan was being developed. There was concurrence that they were on the right track, but they didn't receive formal approval by way of emails for those other trees. Now, there was an understanding maybe that the trees, in the tree management plan that they were developing was on the right course. So there was a period of ambiguity where I don't blame the golf course at all for that. We were going through a phase where it was the first time a golf course had made application for the removal of trees and the planting of trees. So we're working very hard jointly to try and find a way forward that would allow the club to develop their course, but to give rigour in the management of those vegetation types going forward. So there was a period of ambiguity.
Thank you. Sorry, just a follow-up question from that, if I may, Madam Chair. So would it be fair to say that the trees that were removed during that period of ambiguity was as a result of processes not being in place at the city, or was it as a result of the club just disregarding the city?
Madam Chair, there was no disregard by the club. The club were pretty much all the way through were trying to do the right thing in the vegetation management plan, or the vegetation full stop, in a number of ways. There was the work that was done in the bushland work, which was top class. They were flagging that there were certain problematic trees that, when we got onto the course and looked at the trees, our officers and myself, there was a raft of tree legacy issues which, had it been our course, such as the Hemisphere course, we would be acting on that straight away. There were just massive, and still are, quite substantial tree issues to be resolved.
And just one last question. When was the last time the WA Golf Club, which is again, the city leases that golf club to. Last time they asked for a tree to be removed.
Madam Chair, from memory, in the last 10 years, they haven't.
Is that because they're not required to get approval from the city?
It's a condition of lease.
Thank you. Councillor Thornton.
Yes, thank you, Madam Deputy Chair. Every family has a black sheep, different coloured sheep, and this is probably me in this family. But I just want to also start by saying that my role here is to represent the electors, the ratepayers and the residents of this huge 220,000 plus shire, 230 now it is, city. I have a number of questions first, and then I possibly have amendments as well. My first question is, under the Parks and Reserves Act of 1885, quite an enduring act, there are provisions for bylaws. There are bylaws for Reserve 18325. These were gazetted in 1928. Have these bylaws been rescinded, changed, altered in any way? Because I can't find any record in the Hansard or any government gazette.
Mr Hunter or Mr Murphy? Mr Hunter.
Madam Chair, we are aware of the Parks and Reserves Act of 1895. It is designed, as I understand it, and I'm not a lawyer, of course, but as I understand it, it's to set up boards to cover certain parks and reserves, with powers for rangers and the likes. It does expressly exclude the likes of Rottnest Island and Botanic Gardens, but that's the type of boards that are envisaged in the Act. And quite simply, Madam Chair, we don't come under this Act. It's not applicable to, as I understand it, to the Mount Lawley Golf Course.
Thank you, Mr Hunter. Carry on.
Those bylaws under the Act that were gazetted in 1928 are not in force.
They're not applicable to the city and
Chair,
this course, I believe.
My understanding is just simply not applicable for that particular reserve. The reserve comes under the Land Administration Act of 1997 and various environmental protection acts, such as the Calm Act of 1984. But
Thank
not that
you.
one.
I might need to get legal advice or governance advice on that, because that is not my understanding. This reserve does fall under the Parks and Reserves Act of 1885 and these bylaws are in force. One of the bylaws, number 1, is public access, which states the public should be able to access this reserve at all hours. This is also, I did a bit of research at the State Archival Reed Library, and I found some documents, I found some letters that state from the Department of Lands Undersecretary to the Minister for Lands at the time, to Mount Lawley Golf Club, stating that they need to ensure in their lease that they needed to honour those bylaws, and especially the one of public access to the reserve. And it will become clear why I think this is important.
Did you have any further questions?
I do. This is a recognised...
Sorry, excuse me one
I
moment.
do have more questions.
No, that's okay. Can we just let Mr Blanchard have a comment here?
Thank you. Under the Parks and Reserves Act of 1895, a board must be appointed to manage the reserve. Can you please identify which board has been appointed to manage that reserve? The councillor has stated that bylaws apply, but the Act requires a board, and it's not the local government who can adopt those bylaws and enforce those bylaws. Now, for those bylaws to be enforced, there would need to be a board appointed under the Parks and Reserves Act. And until such a board can be identified, then those bylaws are of no application and the reserve doesn't fall under that legislation. So I'm asking the councillor to identify the board that has responsibility for that reserve,
Okay.
so that we can confirm one way or another whether these bylaws that we're hearing about for the first time tonight actually apply or not.
So that's really interesting that you say that, because the history of A-class reserves goes back to, you know, the inception of Crown Land, Terra Nullius, when, you know, white settlement came and decided that, you know, there was nobody occupying this land, so they were going to create Crown Reserves. Then these Crown Reserves were vested in the the roads boards, but it just so happens that the state government believed that it was more advantageous, and when the road boards moved to be disbanded, they gave the Crown Reserves land, they gave the Crown Reserves to the local governments to look after under vesting orders. But now the vesting orders have become management orders. So these bylaws are under the Parks and Reserves Act of 1885, which is still in force. The Act is still in force. And under the Act, there's a provision for bylaws. And there exist bylaws associated with this reserve 18325. Anyway, that's some of my research that I've
Through you,
done.
Chair, I think if this council is going to base its decisions on sound legal advice, it should do so on the understanding of the legislation that applies in Western Australia in 2023 and the legislation that under which management orders are granted and the effect of the granting of the management order to a local government. It's not an exercise in explaining the history of what the law was in Western Australia. The law that is in Western Australia has been extensively explained in relation to the Mount Lawley Golf Course, and that is what Council should be basing its decision on tonight.
Thanks, Mr Blanchard. Councillor Thornton, carry on.
I'll have to respectfully disagree about the bylaws not being enforced. So my second question is, this is an important ecological corridor. It's a recognised ecological corridor. It is rife with Carnaby cockatoos, red-tailed cockatoos. I've seen them. I've seen photos of them. I've seen videos of them. So my question is, has there been a formal fauna survey conducted of Reserve 18325?
Mr Hunter.
Madam Chair, I'll defer to the club, but not to my understanding by way of documentation.
Councillor Thornton.
My third question. One thing I think that hasn't been mentioned is roosting sites. We've been focusing on foraging sites, but under the Environmental Acts and the EPA Acts, it's the roosting sites that are just as important as well. So my question is, day and night roosting sites are critical for the survival of our 3 endangered black cockatoos. Are you aware of what the floristic characteristics of roosting sites are?
Was that to Mr Hunter? Mr Hunter?
Madam Chair,
You could read.
Certainly our conservation staff are very au fait with black cockatoo behaviour, and they have gone through the vegetation management plan, and they certainly support it.
Thank you.
There's nothing in the vegetation management plan or our report that refers to black cockatoos, and it's an important site for them. Yeah, you've got the EPA and also the EPBC Act.
Councillor Thornton.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, I know.
Let's
Please
get to
give me
the
option.
point.
Well, what I'm saying is the floristic characteristics of suitable roosting sites are tall, mature trees above 8 metres with a nice open canopy, which would be many of these trees that are being removed. We shouldn't be doing this. We should be referring this to the relevant state and federal environment departments, and we should at the very least be applying for a clearing permit. My next question. This is a not a Bush Forever site. However, this is an important local bushland site. So under State Planning Policy 2.8, Section 5.2, has a clearing permit been applied for previously, besides the 19th hole for all the recent tree removals, and will a clearing permit be applied for future
Through the
clearing?
Chair. Mr Hunter.
Madam Chair, we've answered this many times within the council chamber, and it's the same response. The Department of Water and Environmental regulations about clearing of native vegetation says it has to be native vegetation which is planted. What is exempt is plants which are planted on the course or on a reserve, and they're certainly exempt if they're not native trees. And what's being applied for and what's been recommended to the council are trees which are not native. Now, I should correct the record. There is one tree. I should correct the record. There's one tree which is a Maori tree, which is a Kanami cockatoo fodder tree, but because it's got such extensive Maori canker, a disease, adjacent to the fairways, it's our recommendation that it should be removed.
Thank you.
Okay, so is it true no tree is necessary to be removed for the green replacement program to go ahead?
Mr Hunter.
Madam Chair, we have an application, a request from the club, which is contained within the vegetation management plan. That's required under the lease agreement extension. It's beholden to the officers to assess that application and make recommendations to this council.
Thank you. Councillor Thornton.
There is a video floating around of somebody saying that it's not necessary to remove trees for this green replacement program to go ahead. I'm not sure if you've seen it. I've seen it. My next question,
Councillor Thornton, look, you're going way into half an hour here, so can I suggest and recommend that you look at the recommendations, 1, 2 and 3, and speak for or against them?
But these are leading to my proposals. How important is the accuracy of the data used that we base our decisions on canopy removal and tree removal on?
Mr Hunter.
Madam Chair, just for clarification, do you mean the Specterra data aerial vegetation mapping that we have?
And, well, yes, but more specifically, the tree list that we use to go around the Mount Lawley Golf Course to determine which trees were going to be removed. There was a misidentification of a very basic tree, but this hasn't been corrected in the updated tree survey. There was a number of trees. That was the second lot of trees that we saw, and they have been misidentified. We decided that what they were, which is, you know what they were, and they haven't been corrected. You don't remember that? Oh, okay. That's all right. Okay. It's the Melaleuca quinivera.
You've got 30 seconds.
It was actually the callistemon.
If you want to seek an extension.
On hole 4.
You've got 15 seconds now. Did you want to seek an extension?
Madam Chair, if I can answer that question.
Yes. Go ahead.
It was corrected in the latest vegetation management plan. There was one tree that was not misidentified, but the tag was on the wrong tree, adjacent tree. That was flagged to us by the golf course staff. We agreed that it was misidentified. And don't forget, this was a survey of about 2,000 trees by way of a database within the golf club. There were a bunch of trees which floristically, botanically, are very closely aligned. It's quite common to get these two species mixed up. The arborist from the golf club felt that it was Melaleuca. Our tree experts felt it was a callistemon. It's the same tree with the same characteristics, just come from a different species.
Okay,
and
thank
genera.
you. Councillor Thornton, did you want to seek an extension of time?
Yes, please, Madam Chair, I'd like to.
Okay,
seek
you're
an
moving
extension.
that. You're
Yes.
moving that for 5 minutes?
Yep.
And seconding, Councillor Dudek, seconding. All those in favour? Hand.
Thank you.
Unanimous, as Councillor Ferranti was sitting on the fence on that one too. That was unanimous. Carry on.
Yeah.
Let's get to the pointy bit.
Yeah.
Point of clarification, he had his hand up, but only halfway.
I could say something, but I won't.
Yeah.
Carry on. Councillor Thornton.
So I'm going to be proposing some amendments on the board.
Have you got
One
them
of
ready?
Yes, one of them is to 3, to add in there that any tree removal on an A-class reserve should go for public consultation. We don't know how many trees are going to be removed. It could be 50 trees, it could be 500 trees.
Do you want to make that number 4?
Well, I can make it number 4, yes, I guess, yeah. But I thought it fit in there. And number 5, I believe, should be an amendment that this goes for referral to the relevant state and federal environment departments because of the loss of roosting trees, important roosting trees. That has not been mentioned at all, and we haven't had any fauna surveys done on this. We did on, yeah,
All right.
Yeah.
Have you given that to the officers?
no, because I wasn't sure whether
Okay,
I was going to do it
so
or not.
that's quite substantially different, and I'm going to make that an amendment for us to discuss on that and whatever the next one is. Once we have it. Are you seeking approval?
No, referring it to see if it is going to be approved.
It,
Yes.
is there a seconder for both those items?
If I can just make a slight amendment to number 1 of that the proposed tree removal on an A-class reserve, I would say be put forward on an annual basis prior to any, subject to the vegetation management plan for public consultation. So prior to the be undertaken.
Councillor Thornton, is that what you're trying to say?
Yes,
That means that
that's
it's
a
a-
fine change.
Yes.
Accepted.
So you're in agreement with that?
Yes.
And the second item, that the item be referred to the relevant state and
Yes.
state and federal departments due to the loss of important roosting trees for approval. That is seconded. Does anybody want to speak for, against, or should we just vote on that? We're just going to vote on that. All those in favour of adding the 2 extra items that Councillor Thornton has put on, backed by Councillor Farrelly, can we all please vote? No, we're doing them both together.
Yeah, no, I don't. They didn't let me talk.
Okay, that is lost. 5-10. Those in favour, Councillor Credo, Farrelly, Lagan, Ree and Thornton. Those against, Dudek. Councillors Dudek, Ferranti, Hatton, Christoph, Savick, Migdale, Olo, Perkoff, Proud, Sandry and Mayor Irwin. That is lost. They are removed. Councillor Thornton, did you want to speak more on recommendations 1, 2 and 3?
Yes, I would like to talk further on this. I believe that we are ignoring the original intent of this reserve, which was to keep it in perpetuity for the people of the town for recreation. And it is supposed to be kept open for public access as well. That is very clear in the bylaws, and it's also clear in previous correspondence between the relevant government departments and the club. Just believing that this is a golf club, it ignores the original intent, which serves the public good. This is a public utility.
I understand Ms Hawkins would like to make a comment.
Yeah, thank you, through the Chair, and thanks, Councillor Thornton. With regards to, as you noted earlier, it's Crown land. Have exclusive use of the site, so they can then determine who comes on that site. So that is per the lease, and that's not unusual for Crown land. There will be other examples of that where there will be a Crown land, there will be a lease, and that means that public can't generally go on to that land. So absolutely with our lease, the club have exclusive use, and that means they can determine who can go on that land.
I understand that that is the general thought about that, but according to the Parks and Reserves Act in section 9, you need to rescind, or if you want to rescind or alter any of the bylaws that are in force, it has to go through both Houses of Parliament and has to be gazetted and go through both Houses of Parliament. I don't believe these bylaws have gone through that process. They need to be dissolved some way, and in the Parks and Reserves Act, that's what it states, and I believe that those are still in force.
Mr Blanchard.
Can I please comment that the Parks and Reserve Act was adopted in 1895 and probably 2 centuries ago covered all parks and reserves in Western Australia. Since that time, we've seen the adoption of other legislation that deals with the administration of Crown land, significantly the Land Administration Act, under which management orders are granted. And that is the act under which this management order is granted and under which this lease operates. So I have no idea how a bylaw under legislation from 2 centuries ago that no longer applies to this reserve is being referred to as the law of Western Australia.
Manager of Governors, may I ask a question? So you believe that the Land Administration Act of 1885 is no longer in force and relevant?
The Land Administration Act of 1895 the Parks and Reserves Act of 1895 is in force for those parks and reserves that it applies to. Mount Lawley Golf Club and Reserve 18325 is subject to a management order under the Land Administration Act, which is adopted in 1997.
Councillor Thornton, did you want to speak any further?
Well, I don't necessarily agree with that because it hasn't followed the going through both Houses of Parliament to be changed, the bylaws, and it's very clear in the in the Parks and Reserve Act that it does that. But that can be a research question for another day.
You've got another 1 minute and a half, 90
okay,
seconds, make it count.
So I also want to look at this issue from the lens of an environmental aspect and also a wildlife aspect. What I think is missing here is that the black cockatoos are prolific on this site. We know that the black cockatoos are endangered. This is a wildlife corridor. What is being ignored is the important roosting sites, which is exactly the trees that are being removed. I believe that because of this, we should be referring it to the relevant federal and state government departments.
Are you suggesting a deferral? And if you are, I'm going to go to a vote on that straight away.
It should be deferred, definitely, to get proper advice and to refer it. This hasn't been raised before. This has not. This aspect.
Councillor Thornton, you can't raise a deferral, but anybody else can. I'm being told legal advice. Sorry, Councillor McDowell, hold. Councillor Thornton. Councillor Thornton. So have you finished? Because your time's up.
There was,
Your time is actually up.
okay, I did want to talk about data integrity and reliability, but
You have gone considerably.
but when you consider how much airtime I have at this council, I think it's very fair.
Look, I
that get the
understand a
opportunity
lot
to
of
talk.
questions. You asked a lot of questions and you're waiting for answers, so that has been taken into consideration. I appreciate that. Councillor Reid.
Thanks. I'd just like to ask a few questions. One, I know it sounds basic, but could I ask who is actually responsible for all of these properties management plans? Is it the individual organisation? Is it the City of Stirling Council, as us, or is it the city staff?
I'd say administration. Mr Hunter?
Madam Chair, we do reserve management plans over our large bushland reserves, Bush Forever reserves, and councils adopted those over the years, and they guide the management of those conservation reserves.
So what I'm hearing then is that the management plans, if someone came to you and said, I want a management plan, the staff would sit there and say yes or no, then it would come to council for approval or not approval, and therefore council would know what's going on. Is that a fair assumption?
If I can finish, Madam Chair, that
ahead,
answer.
Mr. Hunter.
That's for our conservation reserves. The lease of a golf course such as Mount Lawley or Yokine is in a different category. So they are essentially the land managers for, well, they have been for the last 90 years, almost 100 years. So we wouldn't do a management plan over those leased properties because they are the long-term land managers. So that's why the club has initiated, the first time in any golf course in the city that I'm aware of, certainly probably in Perth, they've initiated on their own bat a management plan dealing with vegetation proactively. That's to be congratulated and encouraged. And we've been working with that club to ensure that any sort of issues within the management plan have been ironed out so that we can use it potentially as a template for other golf clubs, including our own.
Interesting response. I'm concerned that this has come to this level. It is a concern. We've got footy clubs, we've got all sorts of things all over the city that could plant a tree, get rid of a tree, depending on what their lease is. And it doesn't necessarily come to council. I'm concerned with three, that everything that's going on in a big golf course that's been running for 90 years, planting trees, taking around trees, we've got a cockatoo. Sorry. I was thinking of, no. Cottonwood Crescent people who are very, very good in Dianella, who actually mapped a lot of the birds and that around the place. Now, they at that time never said there was anything wrong with the golf course, from my memory. But there might have been, and I could be taken wrong. But I don't remember anyone ever complaining beforehand about the birds or anything. So my concern is that why it would come to now, if they're not doing the right thing, or staff or council or us, we are not doing the right thing. But I'm finding it very strange that all of this rests on one person. And as Mr Hunter alluded to with an earlier question by Councillor Lagan, that the tree delegate actually is himself. So this all comes down to one person as to whether a tree is good, bad, ugly, in or out. I find that not a good thing for our 250,000 ratepayers and residents and the council as such. I don't think it's fair on Mr Hunter, I don't think it's fair on council, and I don't think it's fair on organisations that are trying to do their best and have been doing so for so many years. I don't think it's fair on our wonderful environmental people who are trying to save and do their best. So I'm concerned that whether or not number 3 could be amended to say that all future tree removal requests of golf courses under the control and management of the city be determined by council. If it's such an issue, within reason, if it's not within the management plan. So if it's already in the management plan and they know what they're doing, it shouldn't come to council. But if everything's going to come down to one person and that one person's away, I don't think it's a really good, not fair on anybody. So,
Roy, I don't think that'd be an instant decision that had to be made. However, Mayor Irwin actually put this amendment in, and from what Councillor Ree is suggesting, would you be happy that it...
No, with respect, Madam Chair, that's the opposite of what number 3. So the reason number 3 is in there is I don't think this council should be making determinations on individual trees. And whilst it sounds like there's an individual officer at the end of it as a tree delegate, it's not. It's still using the Arbor Carbon reports and specialist tree experts and a team around it to make those determinations. And I think, and I look at it and think if it's good enough for 300,000 trees that we actually have, then it's good enough for the other couple of thousand on the reserves.
Thank you, Mayor Irwin.
as we've actually heard before, by councillors and by other people, if that one person thinks a tree is good, bad or ugly, then it relies on that one person. And then we get the backlash from it. And I don't think that's fair. I don't think it's fair on the organisation. I don't think it's fair on council to have that responsibility to one person. So I'm concerned about that. I don't believe that I believe that the golf course has done a good job, has done a very good job over these years, and I do believe that our environmentalists are working hard. I just don't think that number 3 is addressing the issue, and we wouldn't all be here getting a lot of emails and all of this if we weren't going to address it going forward. And I don't think number 3 is going to address it going forward, that for an organisation, for the golf clubs, or for our environmentalists, or for councillors, or anyone going forward. And I think, respectively, Mr Mayor, I think it just needs to be reworded.
Thank you, Councillor Ree. I can see your hand, Councillor McDowell, trying to give you the word. I have got Councillor Kristasevic right now, and then I've got you. Sorry? I did sort of see your hand go up and down. Sorry, and Councillor Farrelly is coming in after. Okay. Jumping the queue here. Sorry. I'll go to...
Thank you very much to my
Farrelly.
co-councillor. I'm sorry. I put my hand up and down because I don't want to have it up all the time. Look, I actually think this has been a problem that has come to council because the real thing is, why did the club members raise this? And I think it was over now 12 months ago when they came across the management plan that was being put forward by the Mount Lawley Golf Club. We have a recording that says 22 trees were removed without permission. Look, this is something that has not been answered clearly. We have a community concern. We have a recording where there's an unknown. I've listened to Mr Hunter. I do believe Mr Hunter is very qualified, and look, I do agree that the Mount Lawley Golf Club has been progressive looking at a management plan for vegetation. But there's these amorphous gaps in between it all, and they are significant to understand the logical timeline of why this has come to council and why this is now being debated after about 18 to 15 months. The other side of it is, and this is where I think it's really you know, why is the vegetation management plan like this brand new thing that has come out from nowhere? Because I know that Mount Lawley had a master plan in 2015. Didn't that have a vegetation management plan within that? Can I please ask Mr Hunter?
Through the chair. Mr Hunter.
Madam Chair, Council never actually received a master plan for the golf course. We're aware that a draft was circulating amongst the club themselves, but it was never submitted to Council for its consideration.
Thank you. I presume there are other master plans. Is that the only one we've heard about? Through Madam Chair. Is that a yes?
Madam Chair, there was a draft circulating amongst the membership and the board, but it never made it to council.
So thank you very much, Mr Hunter. And through you, Madam Chair, still if I may. Therefore, what has occurred now that did not occur in the past at the Mount Lawley Golf Club? And that's where I, as a non-ward councillor from either Inglewood or Mount Lawley, I'm trying to get my head around. Why is the community concerned about this master plan that didn't get to the final stage? We now have a vegetation management plan before us tonight, but we are being asked to ignore the conflict that there has gone on previous to this vegetation management plan. And I think that's the big phantom in the room. When are we going to get the clarity to that? Why have we got a room full of community people concerned and asking questions? And cannot we go back into the timeline or process and get to that point where it seems to be that the Mount Lawley Golf Club has had a contentious change of direction in the way it's designing the fairways? And am I correct about that or not?
Councillor Farrelly, that's actually an opinion. Let's deal with the facts.
That is all right. Sorry, excuse me. That's my opinion. You're right. But I did get it from talking to the people when we went visiting the Mount Lawley Golf Club about 12 months ago.
Your timing's.
Look, I can't tell you if it was from club members or not, Mr. Mayor. So when did this vegetation management plan that we didn't expect the club to do before, when did it become an important vehicle of confidence of the club being able to run its tree planting and tree dissemination on a A-class reserve? And why is that so different from what has occurred before?
The Chair.
If I may, through Madam Chair, ask that question to Mr Hunter.
Madam Chair, as I previously mentioned tonight, there were a raft of separate management plans over the course based on different vegetation types. So there was a bushland management plan, there were probably 2 tree management plans, one of which was replacement, another one was maintenance. There was tree reports, so it was complicated. I've been in this trade for 40 years, 30 years as a senior manager. I couldn't follow it because it was so complicated. So what we suggested is that rather than having separate management plans, to amalgamate them into a easier to read and follow vegetation management plan, because it's too hard to disassociate one portion of the golf course with another zone which is right next door. It's all linked. So having an integrated vegetation management plan is what we would do if we were running a golf course like that, or we had a reserve that had a complex array of different vegetation types and different land use types.
Thank you, Mr Hunter.
You've
got 15 seconds left.
Okay. Look, I just want to finish up. I actually see the logic in what Mr Hunter has said, that you improve on what you have. You have a vegetation management plan that everyone's aware of. But why, I get back to the initial question, and this is where I'm going to have a problem with even though what is asked receives the city's tree panel assessment of the Mount Lawley Golf Club, etc., but we haven't got to the real problem and why people are here tonight and asking questions.
That's time.
Let's somehow incorporate that within the information tonight that's being asked of us.
Councillor Farrelly.
Who is
what's on the board is what's on the board. That's what we're discussing tonight, and you're out of time. I'm really
all right,
sorry. There's a couple of other speakers that I'm going to go to the mover to close.
Okay, I'll just close then. Is that I think we need to answer why did this get raised by club members before we can address what's in front of us. Thank you.
Madam Acting Mayor, I move that we put this item.
No.
Seconder.
No, that's ridiculous.
Councillor Migdal has moved that we put the item without further discussion. Councillor Dudek has seconded that item. All those in favour by hand.
So what are we doing now?
So
For what?
we're voting whether to put the item without further discussion. This is what our hands are doing up right now. That we put the item.
No, the procedural, Chris.
Actually, do you want us to do this on the machines? We'll do this on the machines,
I'm gonna vote
councillors.
against it 'cause I thought
Tony, you're still open, by the way.
Yeah.
Do you understand? We're voting that the item be put. Oh. So that is carried, 10-4. Sorry, councillor Ree, apparently you haven't voted. Thank you. This is not, so it was to put the item without further discussion. So that's 10-5. Do you want me to read those out? No?
Madam Chair, put the item, that's the vote.
Just let me jump in here. I'm going to move to extend the meeting because we've been going for over 3 hours. Apparently that's the power this position has. I've already moved it. I don't need a seconder. So powerful. So give me... So, how long do you want, Councillor Sandry? I've got all night. Just to rule on that, happy for 30 minutes, but we've still got an agenda to get through. Everyone's aware of that. So I'm sorry for those two that didn't get to speak on that. We've now moved. I'm going to the mover to close. If you want to listen, you don't want to close? All right, so councillors, we're going to vote on the recommendation, which is items 1, 2 and 3. You get one shot at it. You either support the 3 or you're against the 3. They're not being separated. Is everybody clear on that? So can we put that, officers? That is carried 11-4. Councillors supporting, Councillors Credo, Dudek, Ferranti, Hatton, Christosevic, Midgell, Olo, Proud, Ree, Sandry and Mayor Irwin. Those against, Councillors Farrelly, Lagan, Perkov and Thornton. Thank you, councillors. I'm vacating the seat. Mr Mayor, you'll be welcome to come back. We're going to have a 7.5-minute break right now.
All right, if we move on, councillors, and I'll just ask, I've got 12.1F2. Councillor Reid, did you still want to pull that out?
No, thank you, because the officer in charge to answer that question, he's not here, but I do say that it shouldn't be confidential.
Yep. Sorry, and I just skipped. So 12.1 PS2, the state of the urban forest. Councillor Reid, you wanted that pulled out? Was it?
Yes, because I think it's important, following on from what we just had for a couple of hours, and in conversation with Councillor Sandry, I think
right.
that
yeah,
there's
so let's get it. Let's get
another
it. So
different
Councillor
motion.
Hatton, as chair of the committee, do you want to move the motion? Page 90.
Yep, page 9. Yep, I move.
90.
90. Okay, I move that item. Thank you.
Second,
The motion that item.
Whatever it is.
Seconder, Deputy Mayor Proud. Councillor Reid, have you got a question or are you opposed?
Well, I don't know whether Councillor Sandy wanted to submit something different, but you don't want to? This doesn't say that, so we would have to add to that, have to foreshadow having a workshop. But my comment will be is that I want it quite clear in this recommendation that the City of Stirling doesn't force anybody to have a tree. And we did debate it the other day, but I want it quite clear that no one is forced to have a street tree.
I understand what you're trying to do. So let's do, the council receives a 10-year review of the state of the urban forest, and 2, the council has a workshop. That a council has a workshop, or the workshop be held regarding the council's urban forest strategy and street tree policy. And that would be discussed at that.
Can we make sure that workshop is after the next report comes out on this issue? Because this is a two-pronged report. Oh, sorry, I forgot. I've been sitting for so long.
That's right.
So this is as a result of a two-pronged notice of motion, and there's a secondary report coming out in, I think, the next...
You're pretty safe. This workshop isn't going to happen next week.
That's good.
Yep.
Yeah, as long as it's after the next report, so at least we've got more
if
information.
If there's no one
to deal with.
opposed, I'll put that motion. No, we'll just do it as your motion. Thanks, councillors. That's unanimous. I'll now quickly ask Councillor Sandri to leave. Was it? Yeah. Councillors, this is just a separate item. It's because Councillor Sandri has a financial interest. It's a legal services one. If there's any discussion on this, we'll hold it over the end of the thing. But if it's just to move the motion, then I'll ask for Councillor Hatton to move 12.1 TU1. It's just for the tender of the panel.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I do move 12.1 Gov1. Thank you.
Thank you. And seconded, Councillor Ferrante. Is anyone opposed to this?
That's 12.1 TU1.
TU1, yes. Sorry, did I say something else?
No, I said something wrong. Corrected.
This is about the tender. The tender TU1. Legal services tender. No. So in that case, I will put that, noting that Councillor Sandri is out of the chamber. Thanks, councillors. I've got one more to go. I think Councillor Thornton. That's unanimous. Thank you. I'll ask Councillor Sandri to come back in. I'd suggest you don't say that, because you've left because of a financial interest, so it would make sense not to. Thank you. Let's move on. Councillor Hatton, would you like to move the balance of reports? Sorry. 12.1 GOV1. Councillor Reeves pulled out. Councillor Hatton is chair of the committee.
Yeah, I move the item 12.1 Gov1. Thank you.
Thank you.
As per
Deputy
the
Mayor has
recommendation.
seconded that. Councillor Reeve, you got a question? Is it just a question?
My question is whether or not we should adopt this, when I did ask previously, but I didn't quite get the answer back. 153 is, on page 153, why we've taken out employees, workers, including workers, contract visitors, members in the public and others. Where are we in the volunteers? Because I thought under work safe regulations we have to have specify or all in or all out with contractors, and I didn't understand the answer.
Ms Hawkins?
Thank you, Mayor. Thanks, Councillor Ree. With regards to that, if you look on the next page, on page 154, you'll see that the definition of worker has changed. So worker is the new terminology in the legislation, and then we've updated that definition so you can see that talks about employee, contractors, volunteers, etc. So it's all covered under that one word of workers.
But we are not. we're not classified as a worker or a volunteer, so shouldn't it
Hawkins?
actually have councillor?
Thank you, through the Mayor. And then, apologies, Councillor, if you see below that, you'll see others defined, which includes elected members under the relevant legislation. So we've amended workers and others, and that encompasses everybody.
So through you, why are we an other? Why can't we just be a contractor why aren't we classified under that one definition? Because when we're put in to go for superannuation, and that's one of the questions with the superannuation,
That's
is
not
our
a
title. So if we're going to change it, shouldn't we be changed now to make sure that we're
the
under
legislation
one?
isn't in place for us to change it now, though. So
No. When they change the superannuation, they have to define us. Why can't we now, with our legislation and our policy, make us just part of that and not another?
because we are just another at the moment. I understand what you're saying, but it hasn't happened yet. So
No,
until
but it's our policy. Why can't we change us now and get us out of another? Why
Yeah,
can't we incorporate us up now?
yeah, Mr. Blanchard, because you just can't.
Thank you. With the change to the national scheme, WA joined and adopted the Work Health and Safety Act. That has a definition of other in the workplace, and it specifically identifies elected members as being another in the workplace. We could put something different in our policy, but it wouldn't abide by the law.
And it can be changed. So if there's no debate on this item, I'll put that item. Yes, you may.
A bit similar to Councillor Rees, so my apology if it sounds... But why are we using the word workers? It sounds very much that Russian march to the, the footstep, what is it, the goose? No, I can't remember.
I think you need to talk to a power higher than us and ask about the legislation here. Mr. Blanchard?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The Work Health and Safety Act uses the term worker.
Okay. So, again, I will now put this item. That is unanimous. Thank you, councillors. I'll now ask you, Councillor Hatton, to move the remainder of the items, PS3, WF1, WF2, F1 and F2. No, I need a microphone.
No, it had the other things.
He was pressing the voting button.
Yeah, I'll move the balance of the community resources items. Thank you.
Is there a seconder for that? Thank you, Councillor Migdale.
Yep.
And go to the vote, please, on those remainder of community and resource items. Thanks, councillors. That's unanimous. We'll now go to Planning and Development Committee. The only one that we're due to pull out is 12.1 CPS1, as Councillor Sundry has a financial interest. Is there any other items in this that need to be pulled out? If not, I'll ask Councillor Sundry to leave the room. Mr. Hunter, could you please go out the door and make sure she leaves the room completely? No, I want you out. All right. Good. Thank you. And councillors, we'll now deal with 12.1 CPS1, closure of the right-of-way, 256. Councillor Lagan, you have a motion?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, am I moving the...
As Chair of Planning, do I not get to...
Yeah, sorry.
Thank you. Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
And I got the look too. Yes. Apologies, Chair of Planning.
Thank you. Accepted. I'd like to move committee's recommendation of this item on page 257. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Lagan, are you seconding?
I just have a question.
Yeah.
We received an email about the details and wording. Are we moving that email recommendation or this? The amended one. Yep. So there was different statements about who should be purchasing it first, where it goes second.
Oh, there are some amendments, yes.
Yep.
The amended one.
So that's what I would be second.
Yes.
And that's what I'd be moving.
Is this the amended one in front? Yes, this is the correct one. So if there's no one opposed, I will put that. It was some of the information. I think the motion was the same. Is that right? Yeah. And that is unanimous. Thank you, councillors. Bianca? So if we could go get Councillor Sandri. Thank you for coming in. And I'll now go to you, Councillor Migdale, as Chair of the Committee to...
Thanks, Mr Mayor. I'll move the balance of reports.
Thank you. Is there a seconder? Deputy Mayor Proud. Thank you. And go to the vote, please, on those remainder of reports. That is unanimous. Thanks, councillors. Members of the gallery, please be advised the remainder of those planning and development recommendations have been adopted by exception resolution. We'll move on to the direct to council items, starting with 13.1. 13.1 is lot 16, house number 10, Morley Drive, Jewett Hill. Just the extension of time amendment on page 285. So I have a mover of a motion. Councillor Migdale.
Thanks. Happy to move the recommendation.
And a seconder, Councillor Thornton. Is there anyone opposed to this? Then I'll put that item. That is unanimous. Thank you, councillors. Item 13.2, trackless tram tour. Do I have a mover of a motion? Councillor Olo? Yeah, just a microphone. The officers recommend.
Thank you. I move the officer's recommendation.
Thank you. And Deputy Mayor seconding that. Is there anyone opposed? Councillor Ree, you got a question or you're opposed? Councillor Olo, your motion.
Thank you. With the trackless trams, we're already bringing it into the council. The Mayor has been asked with an officer to attend the way the trams work in China, and I quite agree because at the end of the day we need to know how the trams are going to be working here, and we need as much information before we accept the trams in our society. There's a lot to take to consideration, our roads, the pedestrians and the costings. So yes, I do approve for the Mayor and the officer to attend the meeting in China.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Proud.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. Look, this is just solid and due diligence on the city's behalf to check this out. We've had the China delegates come here very recently, and I think they've been here last year as well. This is just all about due diligence on what we're hoping to achieve down the track, and we've had a $2 million investment by state, federal funding for the business plan. So this just makes really good sense, and it's a responsible thing to do.
Councillor Ree.
To start with, the trackless tram is not new. It's been going since about 2005 as part of the Stirling City Centre project, and there was a lot of money spent initially on the project because it was considered as part of the public transport strategy for the Perth metropolitan area, and that was just a conduit, and it also aided the Stirling City Centre, which was great. And then we had a change of government, change of everything, and then it stopped. We did spend a lot of money at the City of Stirling, but it's only a couple of years ago that we sent Mr. Henderson, sorry, my apologies, Mr. Henderson and another staff member over, and I'm...
Only one.
I'll take it from the director about how long ago that and how much that cost first was, please.
I don't know if we've got the cost. Mr. Rodich.
Through the chair, Councillor Reid, I don't have the cost for the conference. Mr. Henderson attended, but that was back in June 2019.
Councillor Reid.
Thank you. 2019 that Mr. Henderson went, which was much the same as what we had brought back, virtually exactly what we'd had like 10 years earlier.
Councillor Reid, that's not at all correct.
Well, there's not a lot of difference if you read the report that he wrote, in my opinion. It's still much the same. And we're still waiting on federal funding. And it's not supposed to be a City of Stirling cost either, or a role, because it's his public transport. And when, we've had China come twice, has already been mentioned, which I don't see why we need to have someone going. And while we've got the costing of going to the tour. We don't still have the cost of how much this is costing us for the trackless tram for staff and everything else, which I have asked for before, but that seems to still disappear.
Sorry, I'm not sure what you mean. The costings are in the report.
No, the costing only says about the tour. I'm saying about the whole trackless tram. We had it budgeted for, and it was a costing when we were doing the Stirling City Centre project, and we are now still going from when Mr Henderson went. I said, how much staff time is still going into this project, which everybody said is a state government, like a local government. So that, I would still like to have that, if that's possible. And when I look at the airfares, I'm a bit confused, because the airfares is like 3,400, and yet a airfare to Tasmania is less than $1,000 cheaper. Are you walking? That seems very cheap when it costs a lot more to go to Tasmania.
I'm probably sitting in the luggage department.
To go to China. Yeah, it seems very, very close. China and Tasmania are much the same distance to Western Australia in that costing by
Councillor,
the state.
if you're proposing that we put a higher amount on the budget, I'm happy to do that.
No, I'm not saying that. I do question how the costings go with different airfares. So, but the bottom line is we still haven't had a report of how much it's costing for the staff to keep doing trackless trams when it is supposed to be a state government initiative and it should be covered all by them. So I would still like that in my bag. I didn't support it last time because I just think we've got too much research on it, got too many other priorities, and it would be great to have a women's shed and some other issues. Thank you.
I appreciate that. I think it's important just to clarify, it's kind of nice that someone opposes it because we're doing too much due diligence on something that will be an expensive part of the city. It's important to note that the reason for this visit is very different than the last visit. When the last visit, trackless trams had only just started to be something when Mr Henderson went. They are that new, so they're certainly not from 2005, I can tell you that. The exact model of the tram that is currently being built is the one that will arrive here by the end of the year in the city of Stirling. And the recent visit by the Chinese delegation was to come and visit the city of Stirling, check out the roads that we'll travel on, to check out what work needs to be done, and also check up the Nerebup facility, which is a state government owned by Development WA initiative for robotic testing, and that's where some of the testing will go. They've invited us to go and have a look at the actual tram, and we're going out with the delegation, including Curtin University, if this goes ahead, and also the state government agencies who are the ones who regulate it, who will be doing all of the testing to understand what testing is involved as a world first. So it's quite an exciting potential visit, but it's very different than the last one, and it's very new technology. In fact, this could be hydrogen
Mr
cell.
Mayor, are you saying it's in line with the driverless buses, etc., that the RAC approved about 10 years ago?
Nothing like a driverless bus.
Oh, okay.
Nothing like a driverless bus. Deputy Mayor?
So I was just wondering, would it be right and proper for the DM to go with you? I'm actually serious.
It's your motions. Yeah. Councillors, is there any other indication?
Happy for somebody else to add it in.
Yeah. Councillor Farrelly?
But I think you've answered most of it in the fact that this is a trade mission type of arrangement where you've got the government departments, you've got the expertise of engineering assessment, etc., going with yourself and the
Curtin University and
manager, strategy and performance. So it's not just two people. You're actually gathering a real think tank of people that are going there as well. And it's therefore not a city thing, it's going to be a state government-run operation. It's
a short tour to examine the two routes that are happening currently in Shanghai and in Lingyang in China, and to also see the workshop where it's currently getting built and to see the testing actually getting done on the trackless tram. Councillor Dudek?
Thank you. I'd like to propose an amendment that adds the Deputy Mayor to the motion.
Thank you. So, tenders. Yep, so the mover, Councillor Olo, and Deputy Mayor, happy to accept that? Adding the Deputy Mayor onto it? I'll just seek indication from Ms Wilson-Croft. Yep, just making sure it wasn't going to be. Any other councillors wish to indicate on this? If all going, a whole other delegation. Councillor Olo, would you like to close debate?
Thank you. This is a unique opportunity, as it states in the last statement on the report, that the Mayor and the officer will be attending for a pre-testing to confirm that the trackless tram is suitable for the Australian roads before arriving in Perth. So I do support the Mayor and the officer and Deputy Mayor attending the trial. Yeah, so thank you.
Thank you. And with that, that closes the debate, so I'll put it to the vote. Thanks. We've got Councillor Perkov. Thank you. And that is carried with Councillor Reeve voting against. Item 14, notice of motions for consideration. First one, 14.1, Councillor Thornton.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. The motion, notice of motion is about a proposed, the report be presented to Council on the funding options to acquire land and improve public open space in the suburb of Osborne Park, but I will be supporting the suggested alternative recommendation, please.
That one?
Yeah, in
Yep.
red.
And
You want me to
Councillor
read it?
Olo, you seconding?
Yes, I do.
That's it?
Thank you.
Is anyone opposed? Oh, questions? Yeah, I've got two questions. Councillor Migdale and then Councillor Sandry.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. My question to you is basically, can this not just be included in the public open space plan? Do we strategy? Do we need to have?
I think essentially that's what the report says. Once this will be done across all suburbs, but it was to also assist the fact that Councillor Thornton has been trying to get this off the ground for a few years.
So
now.
I understand that, but I would equally, in my ward, I would like to understand the funding options available for land acquisition, potentially for public open space as well.
Sure.
So I'm wondering if this could not apply to all wards.
I have a question. My question probably leads on from that.
So
to
get your
Jesse's.
question, then I'll see. Is this you, Mr. Ross?
Just to clarify, this work's already being done. We're doing the public open space strategy that's come to council. Then we're doing the service plans. I guess the question really is to the officers. I'm assuming once you do the suburb-based public open space plans, they're coming back to council for endorsement, right?
Mr. Quirk?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the intention is to meet with each of the ward councillors to talk about the suburb-based POS plans. The intention wasn't for them to be endorsed by council as such, but to be considered each year as part of the budget process, because those plans will change almost year on year. So, and we didn't expect that they would be endorsed, but certainly presented to council as part of the budget process.
Right, so is what this motion saying any different to what you're going to do anyway for every single ward?
Probably not.
No. Okay, so it's superfluous. Basically. Yeah, okay.
But so, councillors, I think it's important to note this is something Councillor Thornton has been asking for this, and she's been working with Councillor Olo on Osborne Park, obviously, because it's got a very low percentage, as is in the report. Yeah, but they put a motion up, and that's why this has come as a response. And it so happens that the work is being done anyway. But I don't think that takes away from a motion. It doesn't mean it detracts from other wards doing it as well.
Yeah, that wasn't what I was asking. The officers have stated this is all work is being done already.
Yes, and
will
that's
be coming
clear in the
back to
report.
council.
Yeah.
So I don't really want to prioritise one ward over the other because they're all equally as important.
So, sit down. Sit down, councillor. Sit down. Sit down, please. There's no point of order. Councillor Farrelly, then I've got Councillor Olo.
Thank you very much, Mr Mayor, and through the chair. Look, I also agree with Mr Mayor that the whole time
Sorry,
that
point of clarification. I thought we were in questions only.
Yes, my apologies.
Oh, sorry, questions.
Yep. So we're not debating.
Oh, okay. Oh, well, there is a question I have. This is a proposed. This is a thing that's been proposed now. How long will it take for the public open space? What is it? To report? Is it a report?
What's the timeline on this?
To be acted upon.
It's currently in the works. So, Mr Quirk.
So, what's the timeline?
Yeah, so all the suburb-based POS plans for the entire city will be completed by the end of 2023.
So therefore, if we, this is separate to it, that will be...
This is part of it.
It's the same thing.
Yeah, but it's actually putting it a more prominence by saying, if we vote on that now...
It's not going to mean that this gets bought and everyone else gets forgotten. That's not what it means.
Oh, is that right? Oh, that's not really fair. We do have different wards with different needs and adversities to overcome, and I do believe that Osborne Park, we look at the amount of public open space in Osborne Park, we can see that it is far less than the rest of the wards, and we are ignoring a request because we don't have a strong, support base to push this through or something. Let's be reasonable. Otherwise, why don't we fill up all those interior parks in Mount Lawley who you don't seem to notice?
Councillor, take a seat.
Point of order, Mr Mayor.
Yes, you are out of order with that comment, Councillor Farrelly. Councillor Ola, have you got a question?
Sorry, it's not
Mr Mayor, I'd like that retracted.
You did. She just apologised.
I want that
Councillor.
retracted, please, Mr Mayor.
Councillors, calm down.
No.
Just
Councillor
to
Ola,
clarify, I'm not against this, by
sit
the
down,
way.
please.
Sorry,
Councillor.
mine was actually a debate, so I'm waiting for the
Councillor
debate to come
Migdale,
through.
stop.
Sorry, mine was not a question, it was a debate, so I'm waiting for the debate. Thank you.
There is no debate unless someone is opposed. Wow. Councillors, I'm going to remind you of standing orders. Some of you are out of order, and if I have to, honestly, if it gets like that again, I will ask you to leave the chamber. That is not okay to start yelling out and pointing your fingers at other councillors. Seriously, we're not a school. So I will now put that to the vote, Councillor Thornton and Councillor Ole. That is unanimous. Thank you, councillors. I'll now go to item 14.2, proposed notice of motion. Councillor Sandri, private e-scooters. Councillor Sandri, I've called you. I see Councillor Sandri is your motion.
Always move the officer or the suggested alternative recommendation, please.
Thank you. Is there a seconder? Councillor Kristovich? Yep. Is there anyone opposed to this motion? Yep. But is there anyone opposed?
Can I add something?
Councillor Kristovich, you've asked.
Thank you very much. I just wanted to ask, now that, with regards to this, does this take into account e-bikes as well? And if not, can we actually do an amendment to this to add e-bikes?
That would be called a bike rack, Councillor Kristovich.
No, but e-bikes are actually unique. They have big fat tyres.
No, we've done this before. They are.
Have you? So we've actually got something covering e-bikes. I know that's been something that's been
It's called a
asked.
bike rack.
Yeah, but the bike racks have skinny parking points.
Have we got a bike rack expert in the room who can
Well,
clarify?
Do our
Mr.
current
Murphy,
bike
is a
racks
bike
cover
rack a bike rack a bike rack?
Through you, Chair. Yes, I think so. And the new ones are wide enough. I know what you mean. They've got wider tyres.
And so these locations that the e-bikes are looking at, have we got bike racks at these same locations as well?
I'm pretty sure this is fairly new and there's no provision right now, or there's no locations necessarily.
No, and that's
This
why I want to incorporate it here, saying, well, if we're going to put scooters in these locations, there's probably no racks for e-bikes there as well. So why wouldn't we combine that and have both rather than just one? Otherwise, I'm happy to do a separate motion next week on
For-
just
Oh,
e-bikes.
I can't wait for bike racks.
Sorry,
Well, that's groundbreaking, councillor.
I mean, look,
Councillors,
in terms of the e-scooter racks, they're different functionality to the bike racks. That's why the bike racks weren't included, which account for e-bikes. We already have
Not
bicycle
really.
infrastructure.
I think my suggestion would be leave this motion. Officers will take it on advisement. They will report back on bike rack shortages at these locations. And I'm sure it can be, and there's budget for local street furniture and bike racks anyway. Councillor Farrell, you had a question?
Oh, yes, I do. Can that be undercover through the mover? Because when you have electric scooters, electric bikes, rain comes down, you don't want your bike or scooter.
They will look at that. Yes, Councillor Ree.
I did mention it before about having scooters.
Councillors, you're right.
I did mention before, ages ago, about having e-scooter parking stations because of them throwing them on Scarborough Beach Road, and that was last year. So I think it's good to be in. Number one, the local street furniture and mobile parklets. Are we doing this across the city?
Yes,
So that means that Doubleview will actually get something?
Doubleview doesn't have anything.
I know. That's why I'm asking. I'm asking whether that's going to say
It will be
across the city.
taken in consideration.
No, that's not a good answer.
This isn't a final. This is
Across
the
the
report's
city.
only just been moved. The officers will investigate and they'll take it on advisement that it's across the city.
Like we don't have a hub, like we don't have lots of things. So what I'm saying is I'm tired of sitting there agreeing to things that we don't get. It's not a fair. We don't have a
Who is
local
this?
centre.
Is this
We don't
Mr.
have
Murphy?
a community centre.
Mr.
We don't
Murphy,
have-
Mr. Murphy and Mr. Quirk have both looked at each other, nodded, and said Doubleview is definitely going to be looked at.
No, that's not the answer. The answer is, will we get one? Do I need to put across the
No
city?
one's guaranteed one right now. This is about.
Yeah, but some of them already have them.
No one has a private e-scooter rack, which is why this motion is up,
The
councillor.
local street furniture and mobile parklets.
It's a different project.
And that's my point.
Okay, thanks. So there's
No,
no one
I think it
opposed.
should
So
be
this
everyone.
move councillor Sandri, seconded
have
councillor Kristovich. I will put that to the vote.
I'm not going to vote for it. I'm voting against.
14.3, proposed notice of motion, councillor Ferrante. Oh,
Because he wouldn't do it across the city.
I'd like to move the recommendation on page 3999.
thank you. And councillor Migdal has seconded that. Yeah,
Question, the alternative or the original?
Councillor Ferrante, which one did he move?
Mate, Mr Mayor, I moved the original, as planned.
Now, come back.
The-
Yeah, but who gets the fine?
So can I just ask a question? Councillor Ferrante, the report clearly says that the current local law has a prescribed fine in it and it can't be done without changing the local law. So would you like to get some advice now from an officer before?
Yes, I'd like to get some advice from an officer.
Because this would be ultra vires, I would think.
If that's what you require.
Mr Quirk?
Yes, through you, Mr Mayor. So, council has already made a decision on what is currently the Thoroughfares and Public Places Law that will be known as the Stirling Streets and Public Places Local Law. So we have consulted on that local law. There was no changes made at that point in time to the abandonment of shopping trolleys clause. So that local law is awaiting the Local Government Act reforms before we do follow through the local law process. So at this point in time, the only way we can actually affect change is through the local law, and we don't actually have the ability to formalise that local law process at this point in time. So we certainly understand Councillor Ferrante's intent, and so when we do have those local government reforms come through, we can certainly look at it at that point in time through the local law. What we've recommended is knowing that, we will start focusing on some of those high priority locations such as Dog Swamp Shopping Centre, which we know has been an ongoing issue.
Mr Mayor, I just want to note that I'll take that on board and appreciate the officer's recommendations, as long as the other high shopping precincts are also considered in that. than supported, because it's the amount of emails I received about this was supported in the other shopping precincts, as in Innaloo, etc. So, with that advice from the officer, I'd like to move the alternative then, as mentioned.
Councillor Meekdale has seconded that one too. All right. Anyone opposed to that? No. That's- Sorry, Councillor Franti. Hopefully 6PR will still call you.
Me, I prefer the bell tower times, thanks.
All right, councillors, we've got 14.4, page 402. Notice of motion, Councillor Michael Dudek.
Thank you. I'd like to move my original notice of motion, please.
To increase it. Yeah. Don't it, just, all right. The original one is up from 100 to 400. Councillor Reid, what's your...
I did raise this before about increasing it, but also for seniors, because we had the bocce people go to state championships, and I was advised that even though there was only one person in the City of Stirling going, we couldn't give them any money because they were over 18. And I just think that we should be able to, it's not like we're not going to sponsor the Eagles or anything, but, you know, I still think that, you know, some of these mature people,
let me get some
bowls should be at least...
I understand what you're saying, but let's get some... There's only so much funding pool, so can I just get... Is there currently senior sports travel assistance, Mr Quirk? And how does that relate to this?
Through you, Mr Mayor, no there isn't. So Council's financial assistance, donations, grants and recognition policy covers this specific item, and there is only junior travel assistance. There, as far as I'm aware, has never been the same assistance for those aged over the 18.
Whether or not we could do it in increments, Mr Mayor, instead of going straight from 100 to 400 because we've got a budget to consider, if we went from 100 to 200 and just put City of Stirling Sports Travel Assistant, please. So we take out the junior and its consideration.
Well, again, that's changing the complete intent. We haven't currently got a senior sports travel assistance program.
It's on the same program that if they're one, they live in the same criteria, because I went through it before. The same criteria.
I understand what you're saying. I just don't think we can. My concern is I don't think you understand the implications of that across the city with the thousands and thousands of sporting teams and adults who play. And the idea of this is to help young kids be able to do their travel when they get selected for state teams.
We have juniors and seniors. Can we have juniors and seniors? And that makes it people under 18 and over 65. And the middle people have to fend for themselves, obviously.
Mr Quirk, how does this fit in? I'm just worried about, it's not a simple addition. This is a very, very different.
Through you, Mr Mayor, so the junior travel assistance donations are specified under the policy. So if we were looking to introduce a new category or change the wording, in my view, we would be needing to change the wording of the policy, which is what underpins the allocation of these donations.
So, Councillor, what about if you ask for an amendment that leaves this, and if you want to change the amount, you can, but maybe have a part 2, and that the City of Stirling assistance policy, what's it called?
It is the financial assistance, donations, grants and recognition policy.
Be reviewed.
To address seniors.
Yeah, well, to be reviewed, and that would be part of it. That way we don't have to solve it tonight, but it will come back and get reviewed. And
can it be reviewed by council so that it comes in?
So it'll come back to the next council meeting.
Yeah, to be reviewed, but at the next council meeting.
Yeah, it'll be part of Ms Woolscross.
Then should we go from 100 to 400 because they didn't make a comment about the
you're
budget?
seconding at the moment, so you can't really debate against it.
But that's my question. You know, in the budget, is it going to be incorporated if we go from 100 to 400?
This will be. So, Councillor Dudek, are you happy to accept number 2 as part of yours?
If they can be put separately, I'm happy to.
Based on what you're saying, I'm actually very...
Sorry?
One doesn't negate the other. The policy review will come back in the next council meeting anyway.
Happy to look at that. I'd likely be supportive of it, but I think we should likely deal with this issue first, speak on this, and then
I think we're having a grants review process in July anyway. So no.
Okay, so you don't want, okay. There you go. So let's, if I've got a seconder for Councillor Dudek's motion. Councillor Migdal is seconding. Councillor Ree, you're opposed? Or, either way, yours is, that's coming back anyway, so it doesn't need to be part of this motion.
Mayor?
Yeah.
I think Councillor Crater is very keen to second this motion for a
It's already been done.
Well, she can't
So-
get a hand.
I haven't withdrawn my seconding, people.
Huh?
I didn't withdraw my seconding.
You were trying to get an amendment and,
No, I just said that because councillor Dudek
Okay,
wouldn't
apologies.
support me,
I just assumed
I'll
could
just
it-
put it as a notice of motion for the next meeting, but I'm still happy to support it.
yeah. I know, councillors, I know, but it's already been done. So let's just, I understand there wants to be support, so is there anyone opposed to this? Well, then ask a question.
Well, okay, I just want to ask some questions. So, firstly, I want to find out how did we get the figure of 400 from 100 to 400? Why
Because
was
Councillor
that?
Dudek put it in a motion to council.
So just a random figure. So I could change it to 1,000 if I want, is what you're saying easily. Okay,
But it wasn't your motion.
No, I know. But one thing I want to know is the motion says the council increases the funding eligibility, right? So are we asking for a report on this, or are we saying we are going to
No,
increase?
you're saying you're going to do it if you approve this tonight.
Yeah, so we're going to increase it to 400. Okay, so again, I don't understand why we're increasing it to 400. I know Councillor Dudek says, cost of living pressures, but they haven't gone up 400%. So we're jumping a long way.
So, Councillor, I'm going to ask you to either oppose this or take a seat, because you're not asking a question, you're debating against Councillor Dudek.
Well,
So take a seat. Councillor Dudek, you may open debate.
yeah.
No, I'm going to let Councillor Dudek tell everyone why, because
Thank you.
you're all
Appreciate
questioning
it.
him.
And I do acknowledge the officer's recommendation.
Nice jacket, Councillor Dudek.
Thank you. No, I do acknowledge the officer's recommendation, and I appreciate it, and I understand the reasons why. Anyway, as a bit of background, as part of the Sports Travel Assistance Grant, the City of Stirling currently offers up to $100 per individual under 18 for travel expenses related to representing either our state or nation in a sporting competition. And this is well utilised within the City of Stirling with over 100 applications so far in the this financial year. I think we can all acknowledge that $100 doesn't go very far towards travel expenses in current times. As some personal background on myself, when I was 14, I was asked to travel and represent Western Australia for soccer in an interstate tournament. The cost of the travel and accommodation associated with the tournament totaled around $1,500. And coming from a family of 9 children, unfortunately my parents couldn't afford to cover the cost, and I couldn't represent our state on this occasion. While I don't intend to invoke any sympathy for myself, I do intend to draw your attention to the many families who are faced with having the same difficult conversations with their children. Getting kids into sport, especially into elite sport, I think is one of the best methods we have to get troubled kids off the street and perhaps into professional sport later in life, allowing upward mobility from their current economic situation. I acknowledge the recently announced federal government budget providing up to $750 per individual under 18 who travel interstate or internationally for their chosen sport. However, I don't believe that this should be cause for the City of Stirling to not consider increasing our contribution at this stage. In fact, I believe it's the perfect opportunity for us to make a real difference as to whether a child is given the opportunity to represent our great state. With the potential of $1,150 total funding available, this will finally give the most disadvantaged children in our community opportunities that other children may take for granted. I also believe that this is a great opportunity for the City of Stirling in providing this very real support for individuals at relatively minimal impact to our own budget. It will give these kids a sense of pride that they reside in the City of Stirling. I also believe it would be a great advertising opportunity for our city to request to run a profile on each grant recipient on our social media page once they're accepted, to showcase both the human assets of our community and the support we're willing to provide them. But obviously, that's a different issue. But I thank you and welcome debate on this motion.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Reid, did you want to debate it? Yeah.
Yeah, so I can speak, not necessarily debate.
Well, so This is something I think we should clarify, because this is important and we hear it a lot. The reason we're now here at 10:30 is because when you speak at council, you're not here to speak and tell stories. You're here to debate the item. So if you'd like to debate the item, debate it, but don't speak. Does that make sense? Seriously, councillors, your role is to stand up and debate for or against an item and put a compelling reason so councillors listen to you. It's not to tell stories and say nice things. Otherwise, we end up here at 11 o'clock at night. Councillor Ree, you're seconding. Over to you.
Thank you. Encroaching my time again.
I'll start your time now.
Thank you very much.
Sorry.
I've been very much supportive of this since we started it many years ago, and the idea was behind it was because we had a lot of local clubs that got the opportunity to represent Western Australia and just didn't have the money to go, and we helped fundraise and everything. So this is why this originally started. It's a really great program because some of our juniors have gone on to end up playing netball for higher up in the world and soccer and everything else. So it is really an important program for those that are not necessarily disadvantaged, but mainly have the inability to raise the funds to which to go. And we shouldn't discriminate about where they live or whether or not they have anything, because some areas might look like they've got a great house, but they don't necessarily have the money to support it. And I think that's important. My comment about that it should go with seniors, which I will raise as well, because one of the issues with some of these junior clubs is that they've got to have parents and that go with them because of working with children, etc. I saw that.
No, you were meant to see it. I was doing this. Councillors, I just want to be clear. We are approaching 10:30. And there is no one opposed to this item that is indicated. So if you'd like to do a quick debate, that's all right, but we just don't need long debates. With due respect, I just don't think there's no one opposed to it. So,
when it comes up for review, I hope that people sit there and support that for all the people in that area, and I would like it to make sure that we have it recorded of who goes and the outcome that comes back. And if somebody is refused, that we know that, and that it's not first come, first best dressed, because I find that a bit of an issue that has happened in the past. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who'd like to speak on this item? Councillor Kristovich?
Yeah. Look, what I want to say is I'm very supportive of the way Councillor Dudak expressed himself in this, although I just wanted to find out, I'm not sure that these grants necessarily just go to people who need the money. I think it just goes to anybody, whether they are a multi-millionaire or whether they're struggling as well. So I just want to get some clarification on that point.
Mr. Quirk?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. No, it's not means tested. The criteria quite simply is you just need to be selected to represent your particular sporting code and be aged 18 years or under. We generally don't exhaust the funds every year, so it's not first come, first serve. We are not declining any of these donations over the last few years.
Can I ask a quick follow-up question just with you? Do they have to indicate and sign some sort of declaration, or the parent, to say they're not getting funding from other sources?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, no. In fact, we know they will need to get funding from other sources because of the fact that the donation is only $100. They are required to provide formal documentation from the State Association to confirm that they have indeed been selected, but no, we actually encourage them and forward them to other agencies, including state and federal government, to seek other funding.
So the question I've got is that if now that we increase the funding, is there a chance that it could be exhausted? And the concern I have, of course, is that, athletes, young people who can't afford to go will miss out because others who can afford to go have taken the money before them and are a little bit more aware of this. And so that's the issue I have here. How do you make sure the right people are getting this money, especially if now the pool will be exhausted if we go to $400? And well, that's what I mean. That's my one concern about this, is how do we don't have a mechanism to deal with that. And the other thing is more of a, I suppose, issue that we've discussed at council before, is that as much as I 100% support this, I feel uncomfortable when we bring these sort of social issues to council without us having discussed it beforehand. It's a bit like we said about the bidding war of grants, where we offer more money because people are here in the audience. And this, to me, is another example of that, where we haven't really sat down, talked about it, worked through the details. And so now it's sort of like you feel, no one's going to say no, obviously, but it's like if everybody starts doing this, And I can tell you, it's very easy to do this, to find something for the homeless or domestic violence and say, we should give every domestic violence victim $1,000.
Let's keep it onto kids' sports, eh?
I know. But what I'm saying is that I would prefer if we did these things in a discussion beforehand. It just saves this happening more often. And that's the only point I want to make. But otherwise, I'm very supportive. But I also think we need to look at the right people getting the money, because I don't want people who can't afford it to miss out.
Thank you. Councillor Corrado?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. In fact, in our conversations before, this is the point that I did raise, that if we are increasing this amount to $400, it now becomes a significant amount. There should possibly be consideration of putting some guidelines around it so that the most needy young people in our community do access it. Typically what happens, the more educated, the more privileged people know about these grants and therefore know where to apply, and with no parameters in place, chances are, Councillor Dudek's motion is to try and get the underprivileged young people this opportunity to access this grant. So perhaps if we can, maybe talk about putting some parameters around it, that might help us tonight. Thank you.
Councillor Migdal?
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I 110% support this as is. When it comes to considering means testing under 18-year-olds, when it comes to sport and them having been chosen by whatever team they are on, I completely disagree. Because their household budget is on the onus of their parents, who may or may not decide that they would like to preference as part of their home's budget the travel of their child, who happens to be spectacular at soccer or football or tennis, or in the case of my ward, rock climbing. I assisted a resident with an application to go to Canberra to compete in rock climbing, who was chosen.
Where's the mountain in Manoora?
Pardon me? Do you know what? For some reason, there's this misconception that the Lawley ward consists of Manoora and private parks, but we actually have Nollamara, Dianella, Yokine, Corbinia, and parts of Mount Lawley. So there you go. Anyway, I'm not going to go on and on, but I am going to say this. 100 is a tiny amount to assist kids. These are kids under 18. 400 is far more reasonable, and together with the state offering, it actually makes it possible for many kids whose parents cannot, regardless of means testing, and we're certainly not talking about anyone missing out. Children should be assisted. I support this. Thank you.
Councillor Perkoff?
I love this. The motion's great, Mr. Mayor, but I'm starting to get a migraine. And I will absolutely, I don't think this is clear enough. I'm sorry. There's been some great debate. Love the thing. We get asked for these things all the time. Mate, I'd like to, Mr. Mayor, I'd like to move a procedural.
A procedural to hold it over?
Yeah, to hold it over, please, until we get some more detail.
That's right.
It's
a seconder for the procedural. Councillor Olo has seconded. It is a procedural to hold it over until the next council meeting to get more information and discuss the consequences, I guess. Which is what the alternative, I'm pretty sure, was that the officers had suggested. So I will put that to the vote. That motion is carried. No, it doesn't change the intent, it just means it's coming back to the next meeting with more information. Item 14.5, proposed notice of motion, Councillor Ree.
Oops, it's still on. Yes, please. That in line with the City of Stirling policy to support the culturally assisted youth, that council supports a payment of $5,000 towards the WA Multicultural Youth Talent Show 2023 located at Churchland Senior High School. And I really recommend that anybody, if you've got nothing to do, go and watch. It's amazing.
So,
these
councillor,
kids.
have you read the report?
Yeah,
Yeah,
and
so
that's my recommendation.
Okay, so you want to do your original motion?
Yeah, because I actually think that it's important because they need to budget now. And then we're talking about children who don't have enough money. It's only 5,000, less than a park bench.
Is there a seconder for this motion? Councillor Dudek, is there anyone opposed? Councillors, is there anyone opposed to this item? Yes? Councillor Sandri? So is there anyone else? Is there someone opposed? Councillor Meagdale is opposed. Councillor Ree? Let's keep this one quick.
This is the grants. The problem we've got is that they've changed the grant funding policy. So that means that everybody else, it says in here, that the policy is to be reviewed, that is presented at the meeting and that the subject to note can be considered with the new community funding policy. So that means that everything else has to be subjected to that. The last motion we had didn't say that we had to go and subject it to the new funding policy because that comes under another policy. So I'm not quite sure if it's me or something else that has to change it. But these are little children that are trying to keep their culture alive and they've come from everywhere. It's a fantastic musical. A lot of these people don't have a lot of money. They get
Sorry,
funding
can I just
from
have
all
a point of
sorts people.
clarification? Sorry.
And
Yes,
Yeah,
clarification.
Haven't we provided funding?
not this year.
It
No.
says, but in the report, council approved a grant of $6,380 to the WA Multicultural Association, included the Community Arts and Events Fund, round 1 in 2022-2023. Aren't we in 22-23?
Ms. Quirk?
Through you, Mr Mayor, yes, council through this financial year's Community Arts and Events Fund provided grants to this group for the event that happened in late 2022. So what they're seeking funding for is their next event. It is important to clarify, but even though the community grants policy is changing, even if nothing changed, the group wouldn't be able to apply for funding for their event yet anyway, because all the funding for 22-23 has been exhausted. So we actually agree with Councillor Ree that this is a fantastic event and we were proud that Council supported it this financial year. The challenge at the moment is that we haven't received an application, so it hasn't been assessed. This would simply be providing $5,000 to a group outside a grant process, whereby we think it should just go through the new grants process, in which case I fully would expect it will receive funding anyway.
Clarify that the reason this is up is because they were informed by staff they wouldn't get the funding this year and it would have to be the next year. And that's why they had the form.
But
and
that's
why they couldn't
but that
do the
would
form.
that hasn't changed from previous years either. When you get grant funding in 1 year, you have to wait for the following financial budget cycle to apply for funding.
It's just the way the cycle did because of the new funding, the new policy.
So, Councillor,
and that's the difference.
I think
And it's only $5,000 and it's for the kids and it's because we're a
it-
multicultural area.
I understand that, but I can tell you now, if we want to go down this path, every councillor around this table can put up a group that and try to bypass a grant funding. The reason we've got a grant funding review is to get rid of this, is to make sure that when ratepayers' funds are handed out to community groups, it's done in a really succinct, professional manner that is fair and equitable across the city, not to bypass that process and bring grant funding here.
So just point of clarification on what Councillor Reid was saying. So if we gave the $5,000 and we don't have the budget for it and this motion doesn't allocate a movement of funds, how would it be funded if it was supported tonight?
Well, it would be, we'd take it out of
No,
money, we'd
but
budget it.
council hasn't made a resolution to move funds around to fund it as part of this motion.
They'd
So-
take it out of the fund. There'd be enough funding somewhere out of grant funding process.
Mr. Mayor, can I just get clarity from the administration?
Yeah, I understand what you're saying, but if council said they want to give a payment of $5,000, the city will find $5,000. Mr. Quirk?
Through,
We've just approved $20,000 for 4 people to go to China, and we can't do $5,000 for our multicultural kids.
Councillor, that's a ridiculous analogy, or that. Councillor Sandri is asking about a budget.
Budget for Councillor Proud to go away
There's
until tonight. And
Councillor,
that's $20,000.
Councillor, sit down, please. Yep. Exactly. Mr. Quirk?
I'm happy to foreshadow the alternative.
through you, Mr. Mayor, the funding for the Community Arts and Events Fund in 22-23 has been exhausted, but as you say, if council makes a resolution to allocate funds, we will find it.
Councillor Proud, you're foreshadowing
Foreshadow
the
the officer's
alternative recommendation, which achieves exactly the same thing through the proper process. Councillor Hatton has
Comes out
seconded that.
Transparently.
You can't actually, it's a foreshadow, so you can't second it. Probably getting a bit ahead of yourself. Councillor Dudek, would you like to debate?
Thank you. Listen, I very much support this. I think it's good, especially considering the current grants process, only being able to apply for one grant within each financial year. Obviously, there is, there's a mismatch between what needs to happen, what can currently happen. I don't think that we need to be worried about a potential risk of all these motions coming where people are asking for funding. If anything, it's perhaps more transparent for something to be raised at a council meeting where it's in public and there is a transparent process where we can, all councillors can either vote on the funding or not. And I don't think this necessarily takes away from the current grants process that we have. Obviously, in the report it notes this is a very good event.
Sorry, Councillor, without debating you, I have to completely disagree and say this is exactly doing that. It's completely undermining the grants process. But I'll let you continue your debate.
Sorry. I'm saying I don't think that there's a great risk in these motions coming up. I think it's good because the community can provide feedback on these and, if someone's perhaps giving money to an organisation there, have a conflict of interest with, that will be brought up. I think this is a good event, as the report has said, within the agenda. I think it's an event that the city's been keen to support before, and by providing this funding now, as opposed to waiting until next financial year or until a grants review process, it gives the school a bit of certainty and ability to put on the event.
I've got Councillor Sandri, then I've got Councillor
No, sorry, I indicated opposed to this item, and so I should speak after the mover and seconder. Is that not correct, Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Yes, I thought so. I thought so. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, for being so agreeable this evening.
I reckon that's twice tonight you've got me.
I think it may be, but who's counting?
Yeah. I've got a feeling you are.
Certainly not us in the Lawley ward that contains Menora.
Let's get on with it.
So I just want to clarify, please, when this talent show is scheduled for. It's scheduled for the 28th of October. Per the alternative recommendation, the community funding policy is to be presented to council at the meeting on the 20th of June. So why are we jumping the gun and bringing this notice of motion when it's October that we're talking about? Can I get clarification on that?
Yeah, it's Councillor Reid's put the motion to bring it forward.
Okay, so there's no reason at all other than to be publicly raising a notice of motion and sidestepping the process that we've spent a lot of time robustly discussing.
I think the councillor should actually take
Point of order, Mr. Mayor. I'm speaking.
Sit down, please, Councillor. You will not do that. If there's a point of order, you will take your seat. Councillor Reid, your point of order.
I think it was inappropriate, the comments made by Councillor Mitgar with regard to my comments, and it wasn't.
Councillor Reid,
substantive
you haven't got a
anything.
point of
Thank
order.
you
Please
very
take a
much.
seat.
Well, I
Take
think
your
the
seat.
aggressive manner wasn't appropriate.
Take your seat. Councillor McDowell, you may speak.
Thank you.
If there is a point of order against you,
I didn't hear her say point of order.
you did. You
I
point of
didn't.
ordered her point of order.
I didn't
Now
hear
continue.
her. Mr. Mayor, I did not hear her say that because I was speaking at the time.
Let's get on with it.
So, look, as far as I'm concerned, I love the idea and I totally support this, 100% support the item. And I will support it when it goes through the proper channels, happy to fund it through the community funding policy. As far as I'm concerned, and this is just my feeling, is that that is why we have spent so much time adjusting the policy for exactly this purpose. Should we have instances where there are emergencies or grave concerns within society, such as for the food bank or the women's refuge or domestic violence issues, and we need to consider funding in emergency circumstances, I feel that that is right to bring that before council. For all festivals and events and community funding, I feel that that should go through the proper process, the proper channels, as per what we have discussed.
Thank you. Councillor Sandri, is that Councillor Christovich? Then I have Councillor Hatton. Councillor Christovich?
Sorry, look, I just wanted to make a point because during the course of debate, and you mentioned it, Mayor, as well, we talked about there's no funding and who cares there's no funding, we've got money, we'll just do it. So to me, that's a concern. I understand where people are coming from, but to have that attitude indicates that why do we have a budget process, why do we allocate funds to programs when we've just got to, whatever we want to do, we're going to do it. So I think we just need to get our mindset back on track, saying, look, we've got a process, we need to work these things out of the system. Now, in this case, obviously, this is going to be funded anyway, and it's only 20th of June, and what's the big deal? But I just want to make sure that we, I don't want to see things just coming here and people just asking for money when there are proper processes, and we should be following them. And we should be able to discuss these things in a workshop or however. I'm not saying they're bad ideas. I'm just saying that we don't want to start, again, when we discuss this ourselves outside of this, we don't want to start having bidding wars for things that are social issues, and then who's going to say no? And, as I said before, domestic violence, let's do $1,000 to everyone. Who's going to say no? Nobody. But all of a sudden, we're just spending money without going through processes. So the intent is correct. We need to be transparent by doing things professionally and correctly. And in this case, they're going to get the money anyway, so I'm not even sure what the argument is. But it's more about that principle. And I think we just need to pull that back a little bit and decide, are we just going to come with these motions here and make them up on the spot and do these things properly? So that's all I want to say.
Councillor Hatton? I've got you, then I reckon we can put this item.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, it's a bit of a worry to me. It sounds like we're going to be the city of handouts. We have to be fair in all our processes, like Councillor Christovich has said. It's coming up in, June 20th. This being put up tonight is sidelining the process. Absolutely, I'm totally against it. It leads to us as councillors not being able to be credible in our decision making because we'll get questioned randomly who made that decision. If we've got a proper way to go through with a grant funding process, the one that's coming through, the new alignment to it, that's the way we should go. Yeah, I'm totally opposed to this. It's sidelining everything indeed. It's almost, to me, ward-centric. It is not fair for other wards, but I would never, ever go down that path myself in my ward anyway.
Thank you. Thank you, and I reckon we could just put this item, I think there's been enough debate on it. Well, I can keep debating. Well, let's go around then. We'll keep debating if you want. Yeah, but I'm saying we can keep debating. I just thought we'd close it. Councillor Ree, if anything else needs to be said on this.
I'm just going to close it and say that this is a multicultural group and it doesn't matter what ward they live in or anything, they all come together under one place. Just happens to be at Churchlands. Years ago it was in Osborne Park. I don't know where it was before then. It doesn't necessarily mean it's always in Churchlands. It's just happened to be 3 years and we don't get much in our ward, so I'm very happy to have them. And yes, they come from everywhere and it's discrimination to sit there and say it's only about one ward. It's multicultural, it's children,
there's no discrimination
it's from everywhere and we should be supporting it. And if they don't find out they may not get it when it comes up in a month or so, or 2 months, and then it'll be too late for them to organise.
Through the proper process. And so with that, I'll put that, move Councillor Ree, seconded Councillor Dudek, noticing there's a foreshadowed motion. Thank you, and that is lost. There's a foreshadowed motion which the officer's suggested recommendation, which means that the community funding policy, which is presented in, 20 days? And then it can go through the proper process is now the motion by the Deputy Mayor, and it's been seconded by Councillor Migdale, and I'll put that one to the vote.
Could I just add a reason to that? Because
No.
No. The reason for the change is there's no funds currently available. The funds are exhausted in the community grants.
It's clear, it's in the report. We understand, it's been done.
All right.
Yeah. It's always the ones who want a rate freeze, isn't it? Yes. And Councillor, I've just got Councillor Hatton to vote.
Do I get a right of reply?
And that is unanimous. Thank you, councillors. We'll go to item 14.6, proposed notice of motion for Councillor Migdale.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. I'd like to move the recommendation, please, on 407.
Second to Councillor Sandra. Is anyone opposed? And there's no one opposed, so we'll put that to the vote, councillors. Got one to go. Got Councillor Thornton to vote. Thank you, and that is unanimous. Thank you. We've now got item 14.7. I've got an alternative recommendation that says that Council Resolution 1222028 be urgently enacted and come back to the next council meeting. And the reason is, no, this fence line has already been put in against a council resolution without consultation of ward councillors at a cost of $8,000. And yes, and to now remove it will cost another amount of money, which still is against the council resolution. And it is frustrating that a councillor, being Councillor Farrelly, put a motion back in December and all this work is done without any consultation and she's still waiting for it. We want the council resolution to be enacted and for it to come back to council. Is there someone to second that, please? Councillor Farrelly will second, I'm sure. Is there anyone opposed? No, I'll put that to the vote. Thank you, and that is unanimous. Item 15, notice of motion for consideration at the next meeting. There are none. You can put them in separately. You can do them later. You can put them in writing. 16, questions by members. Due notice has been given. Nil. New business of an urgent nature. Nil. No, for next meeting. That matters behind closed doors, I have nil. That brings us to item 19, closure, and I declare the meeting closed at 10:56. Thank you, everyone.